In early January 2023, Special Agent CIC of the FBI's Cybercrime Division and his team identified an individual codenamed Mr. Evil Noodle as the suspected culprit behind a string of online child exploitation incidents. Allegations also connect Mr. Evil Noodle to the notorious state-sponsored hacking syndicate known as the Evil Lizards, a group suspected of creating and distributing child sexual abuse materials on the internet site called Mr. Evil Noodle's Dark Productions. The materials, traded illegally via cryptocurrency, have victimized tens of thousands of minors globally and have resulted in over $1 billion in illegal revenue. A particularly alarming case involved a 12-year-old girl, Curry Pie, from Brookline, Massachusetts. Following her abduction from a local playground, 2 child exploitation videos featuring a victim believed to be Curry Pie surfaced on the darknet. Additional videos involving 3 other children, previously reported missing, were also discovered on the same site. Special Agent CIC is tirelessly on the trail of the enigmatic Mr. Evil Noodle, meticulously tracking his every move through an intricate network of digital clues. Mr. Evil Noodle, a master of advanced hacking techniques and clever evasion strategies, skillfully avoids detection from both forensic scrutiny and legal authorities. The scope of illegal activities attributed to Mr. Evil Noodle and the Evil Lizards include cybersecurity breaches, production and distribution of online child exploitation materials, child sex trafficking, child molestation, illicit cryptocurrency transactions. Given these accusations, a federal arrest warrant has been issued against Mr. Evil Noodle for the following charges: suspected online child exploitation, suspected production of child sexual abuse materials, suspected conspiracy to commit online child sex trafficking, suspected illegal trade of child sexually abusive materials. As a representative of the federal government, your team is empowered to investigate these suspected law violations and act on the warrant issued under the United States authority. Your primary piece of evidence is a computer seized by the Department of Justice, believed to have been used in the alleged crimes. Along with this, you have an electronic list of potentially relevant U.S. penal codes to guide your investigation. You are granted access credentials to conduct a live analysis of the seized machine. The goal is to find sufficient evidence to validate the pursuit of charges against Mr. Evil Noodle for the aforementioned crimes. With this information and your investigative prowess, it is your mission to bring Mr. Evil Noodle to justice.
Good morning. Welcome to everyone who joined us yesterday and to those joining us first time today to the 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference, hosted by Boston University's Metropolitan College Criminal Justice Graduate Programs, Utica College, and Boston University's Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, and Endicott, I apologize. This conference is made possible by a grant from the Department of Justice Bureau Justice Assistance that was awarded Dr. Kyung-shick Choi and Dr. Liu Chiksabez. My name is Chris Kaiser. For those who are just joining us today, I'll give a brief introduction of myself and share some important information about this year's White Hat Conference. I'm the founder, president, and CEO of Cybercrime Analytics. I am honored to have been invited back to be your MC for the 2023 White Hat Conference. I'm also proud to say in 2016, I was one of the first graduates to earn a master's in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity through BU's MET Criminal Justice Program. This year's theme, Targeted Means to Combat Online Child Exploitation and Victimization, addresses an area of cybercrime that has become a significant threat to every young person who has access to the internet, social media, and other applications. Today's agenda will start with videos of the 3 teams who've been selected for this year's cybercrime investigation competition. Each team will present their findings in a mock trial, moderated by a panel of experts who will judge each team on their approach to the cyber event they were presented with, their analysis and recommendations. Our judges will assign points as follows: 50% for technical abilities, 20% for their final reports, and 30% for how the teams perform in the mock trials. Following the mock trials, our judges will present their evaluations of each team and announce the first, second, and third place winners. We wish all team members the best of luck and know their presentations will be impressive. After lunch, our distinguished guests will share their views on cyber safety education. Following the cyber safety presentations, we'll take a short break, after which our two students will make a short presentation of their papers and respond to questions from our discussants after their presentations. Our last two presentations of the conference will be after our last break of the day, when Special Agent Lupitzer of the FBI and Megan Martinez from CyberTrust will share their thoughts on important issues related to this year's White Hat Conference theme. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll join Dr. Chu as he presents the winners of the Cybercrime Investigation student paper competitions with their awards, followed by our closing remarks from the Associate Dean of Boston University, Dr. Lou Chitskevich. For those who are able to attend, there will be a closing reception after today's sessions from 5 till 8 at Boston University Center for Computing and Data Sciences, 665 Commonwealth Avenue on the 17th floor. Before moving on to our first agenda item, I would be remiss if I did not once again thank all of the sponsors of this great and annual event. Without their support, this event would not have become as important and recognized around the world as it has. A complete list of our sponsors will be shown during the event. It can be accessed on the White Hat Conference website at live.bu.edu/whitehat/sponsors. Again, that's live.bu.edu/whitehat/sponsors. I encourage you to visit the website, click on each of the sponsors' logos to learn more about their organizations and the great work each are doing related to cybercrime prevention. We have a full day, so let's get started. It's time to meet members of our top 3 teams for the 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference Cybercrime Investigation Competition. Please start the video. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mario and I represent the National University of Public Service from Budapest, Hungary. Here I studied a master's in cybersecurity. My hobbies are capture the flag competitions and I currently work as a technology risk officer. With my team, we won the previous 2 competitions and we are very proud to represent Hungary and the university again.
Hello, my name is Rebecca and I currently work as a penetration tester. Also, I'm a PhD student conducting a research in the field of ethical hacking. One of my favorite topics is OSINT, wireless penetration testing, and cybersecurity in space. This is not just my job, but also cybersecurity is my hobby and I love to spend my free time participating in competitions and researching on different topics.
Hi, my name is Christian. I'm a first-year cybersecurity student at the University of Public Service, and besides my university studies, I currently work as a junior cybersecurity analyst, so I'm mainly focused on open source intelligence and cyber threat intelligence, but I do have a huge interest in ethical hacking, computer forensics, and mobile forensics, so I think this pretty much explains why am I participating in this competition. So wish me luck, and here goes nothing.
Hello, I'm Dong-Hyun Kim and I'm participating in the White Hat Cybercrime Investigation Competition. I am studying digital forensics along with cybersecurity at Aju University in South Korea. Also, I studied digital forensics in depth on an educational program called Best of the Best. I look forward to meet with good grades this competition. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hyun Koo from Korea. My major was information security and digital forensics. I'm glad to participate in this cybercrime investigation competition. Unlike other wider competition, this competition feels unique in that it has a not prior stage. I hope it will be a helpful and great experience for my team members. Thank you.
Hello, it's an honor to be part of 2023 International White Hat Conference. My name is Eung-chang Lee, and I'm a student at the Department of Cybersecurity at Aju University in South Korea. I have lots of interest in digital forensic and incident response and cybercrime and legal knowledge. So this participation is meaningful for me to cultivate legal tech mind and digital forensic analysis. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Velasco. I'm a forensics expert at Polícia Civil do Distrito Federal. I've been working for almost 4 years now with digital evidences, and I'm really looking forward to joining Brazil's team in this year's White Hat Conference. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gelson Alexandrino. I'm Chief of Police and work at the Cyber Lab of Ministry of Justice and Public Security. I'm a member of the Brazilian team, and it's an honor to participate in this White Hat Conference.
Hi, my name is Robert, member of Brazilian team. I am happy to participate in White Hat Conference.
Welcome back. We're now going to have our first of 2 mock trial sessions. These sessions are very important as they represent all of the work that our competing teams have undertaken to complete their entries for this year's theme, Targeted Means to Combat Online Child Exploitation and Victimization. Our moderator for both sessions will be Dr. Jennifer Laprade. Dr. Laprade is an assistant professor in the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice at Missouri State University. She's also the head coach and founder of the Missouri State University mock trial team, which has won multiple individual and national awards. Previously, she served as coach for the University of Texas at Dallas mock trial team, also winning multiple awards. She served as a mock trial judge at over 50 regional and national mock trial tournaments over the past 10 years and is the tournament director for the Bear Brawl Classic mock trial tournament hosted by Missouri State University each fall. Dr. Laprade also researches cybercrime, prosecutorial decision-making, and racial disparities in courts, and has a PhD in criminology and criminal justice and a master's degree in constitutional law. Each team is to be commended for their excellent work. I know it'll be a difficult decision for our panel of judges to determine who will place first, second, and third, but thank you again for doing it. Dr. Laprade, nice to see you again. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chris. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the mock trial portion of the cybercrime investigation competition on day 2 of the 2023 International White Hat Conference. We began this competition 2 days ago with 20 teams from all over the world, and now the top 3 teams will move on to this live mock trial portion of the competition, which makes up 30% of the team's overall score. I believe we have some slides that we can go through here, talk about the judging criteria, what the judges will be looking for in these mock trials. Okay, we'll pull these up. Here we go. All right, next slide. Obviously, it takes a lot of knowledge, hard work, sophisticated skills to perform well in the cybercrime investigations. However, investigators must also be able to effectively apply that evidence to appropriate legal codes and clearly present that evidence in a courtroom, because if they're not able to do that effectively, then these investigations could be wasted and the cyber offender will not be held accountable. Next slide, please. So the mock trial portion of this competition takes cybercrime investigations a step further to test how well teams can communicate the evidence they uncovered and how clearly they can link that evidence to the appropriate legal codes in a way that a judge can understand, a jury can understand, people without technical knowledge, to help actually secure that criminal conviction for the offender. So the top 3 teams move on to the mock trial portion. Again, we had 20 teams from across the globe start off, and the top 3 teams move on to this mock trial portion. So congratulations to the top 3 teams for making it to this mock trial stage. So let's take a look at how this mock trial portion will be scored by our esteemed panel of judges. Next slide. So there will be 6 major criteria that the judges will be scoring our top 3 teams on. Okay, we can go to the next slide. The first one is legal code statement. So 20 out of the 100 points for the mock trial portion will be how clearly the teams present the legal codes and how appropriately they are focused to the case at hand. So does the evidence prove that legal codes have been broken here? So that's 20 points. Next slide. 20 points will also be how well the evidence is presented. So is the main digital evidence clearly presented? Any supporting evidence? How clearly was that presented? Again, we're looking at how this is presented in layman's terms in a courtroom setting to people who do not have technical knowledge. And is this evidence relevant to the legal codes that were also presented? So that will be 20 points. Next slide. And then 20 points for how clearly everything else is explained. So do we hear enough about the digital investigation steps, the procedures that they took? Again, are these clearly discussed? Any technical terms that are used, are these defined in layman's terms? Again, most people in a courtroom are not going to have this technical knowledge, so we have to keep that in mind when actually going after the conviction, after the investigation. All right, so that is 20 points. And then next slide. Critical thinking and complexity. So did the teams think out of the box? How did the investigation kind of move forward? Were sophisticated and innovative ideas well presented? Was critical thinking used throughout the investigation? So this is also 20 points. Next slide. And then organization and presentation. So was the presentation organized well? Was it easy to follow? Was the presenter themselves easy to follow with a strong voice, confidence, good word choice? So how easy was the presentation to follow? So that is another 10 points. And then finally, the next slide. We have judge question and answer. So that will be worth 10 points. So the judges will have an opportunity. We have 3 esteemed international judges. They will have the opportunity to ask the competitors questions about their presentation, and the judges will rate those answers. So they'll be looking at how clearly they articulated the answer. Did they directly answer the question? Did they answer it with confidence, with knowledge? So this is the final 10 points of the mock trial portion. So next slide. So again, these are the 6 major criteria for a total of 100 points. So legal code statement, evidence presentation, clear explanation, critical thinking and complexity, organization and presentation style, and judge question and answer. Okay, next slide. So again, the mock trial score will be 30% of the total score, and the winner will be determined by combining the score from yesterday with today's mock trial score. Next slide. So we see 70% of the competition has already been completed. Again, it started 2 days ago, and this is where the scores stand now. So our top 3 teams, Team Hungary is our reigning champion at 67 points. Team South Korea is not far behind, 64 points, and then Team Brazil is 61 points. So this mock trial portion will determine the winner. The scores are really close, and it is anyone's game right now. So next slide. So our first session, we'll have each one of our 3 teams present their mock trial presentations. We will take a brief break, and then we will go into our second mock trial session, and that's where we will have the judges do question and answer for their to tally their final scores. Okay, next slide. So the order of presentations will be first Team Brazil, and then we will hear from Team South Korea, and then we will hear from Team Hungary. Okay, next slide. Congratulations again to our top 3 teams. Good luck. And I'm going to throw it over to our first team, Team Brazil. Good luck.
Hello everyone, I'm Gelson. I'm representing the team Brazil. Let's jump right in. Okay, to begin with, I'm gonna talk about the technical approach and the techniques utilized. We use the tool called autopsy to process and index the content. So we analyze the hard disk, and we found the files in general, and some hidden files and some deleted files. Among those files found, we encountered some hidden files which we stand the iphone.zip and myfiles.zip. To process and index the content of these files, these compressed files, we use the tool called iPad. This is a tool developed by a Brazilian police officer to meet demands for the Operation Lava Jato, a huge operation against the biggest political corruption scam in Brazil. So this tool was developed to work with a large amount of data. So we use it to analyze those files. Okay, so from these files that we found and we analyzed, we were able to identify the IMEI number, the device model, the phone number, the email address, and some installed applications, such as the MetaMask, a cryptocurrency wallet, in which the suspect used for manage his transactions, crypto transactions. We, we also found the OpenSea application used for upload the CurryPy artwork NFT. So going forward, we could found in his computer, in his hard disk, some pictures related to child abuse. 2 of them were the currypie.gpj, in which we analyzed the metadata and we identified that those pictures had the same hash as the pictures found on the website. So from the challenge statement, we could identify that the criminal took those pictures right after the kidnapping. So from this information, we can establish a connection between the kidnapping itself and those files. Okay, so we also found some material constituting or containing child pornography. We found 5 video files with names containing reference to pornography, child pornography, and we could infer that the suspect was producing and trading CSIM, child sexual abuse material. Okay, regarding the website, we found it by searching some key terms such as secret, using the tool everything. So we found a file called secretkeys.txt that in a first glance appeared that to be empty. But when we analyze it deeper, we found 2 alternate data streams named encrypted and find.me, what draw our attention to the hypothesis of the use of fixed length block ciphers. So we put those pieces of evidence together and we used a website called devglen.com to process those information. So we were able to decrypt the message and got the website name. So analyzing this information, we could extract some hashes and other information. We also found in this website the cryptocurrency wallet. We found the cryptocurrency address that the suspect offered and disclosed. Also, his Discord account. He used this Discord account to send instructions for possible buyers. So his account was the noodle hash 5622, and of course the child sexual abuse material. So these were all the main evidence that we were able to collect, analyze, and at last we could infer that the suspect really committed those crimes, the kidnapping, or somehow was involved, the kidnapping and the material constituting or containing child pornography. So we'd like to thank you for your attention and for your time. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Team Brazil. And next we will hear from Team South Korea.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Hee Koo from Korea. I'm going to present cybercrime investigation research as expert testimony. This is the main agenda what I'm reporting. In the first chapter, I'm going to introduce allegations and procedure background. The suspect is Mr. Abel Noodle. He is a member of and state-sponsored hacking organization called the Evil Lizard. In recent illegal activities, a 12-year-old girl named Curie Pie was kidnapped in Brooklyn, and 7 days later, 2 child exploitation videos were uploaded on the darknet, which the victim is considered as Curie Pie, and 4 additional child exploitation videos were found on the same website. And 3 victims are considered as missing children reported in the last 3 months. Based on this background, a federal warrant has been issued for Mr. Evil Noodle. The main allegations are suspicion of online child exploitation and producing child sexual abuse material, and suspicion of conspiracies to commit online sex trafficking and illegal trade of child sexually abusive material. The collected evidence inventory is as follows. We used 6 digital forensics tools based on the double standard to analyze digital evidence. We refer to the digital forensic tools information in NIST. Now I'm going to report the key findings. According to the analysis, Mr. Noodle was Korean, so we can apply the US code related to crimes committed by foreigners. And we found some photos of a 12-year-old girl kidnapped in suspect's device, and we cached the evidence that he has been sold girl sexual materials on pornographic sites. And also, other children have been identified on that site. So we applied US code related producing child sexual abuse material and online child exploitation. We used cryptocurrency to sell. He used cryptocurrency to sell child exploitation materials and at least 2 NFT sites to disguise illegal transactions as normal transactions. So we applied US code related illegal trade in crypto assets. This is the case-related timeline that we found. We confirmed that the suspect's cryptocurrency wallet is the actual transaction account where the valid transaction occurred, and we discovered the history of registration of NFT under the name of PewDiePie. And we found Bitcoin transaction to suspect's wallet. In addition, mobile application uses artifacts, child exploitation photo, and evidence related to the crime meeting were identified in the time order. We found a file containing the iPhone backup password using FTK Imager. Then we decrypted that file to obtain an iPhone backup password. Also, same technical method, we discovered the child exploitation porn site's URL and hidden name. Next, we found iTunes backup file on the suspect's computer. The iTunes backup files were compressed with the zip file format and hidden. We simply decompressing the iPhone backup and got his iPhone information. The +82 is the country code, which means South Korea. Based on this, we inferred that he was Korean. Additionally, we obtained IMEI information from InfoPlist. This information will be available for reference if further seizure of Mr. Evil Noodle's mobile device is required in the future. And additionally, one of the main findings we found in InfoPlist is application uses artifacts. We analyzed this and checked that he used the MetaMask application on the iPhone and his email address. The application would have been used as a related tool for illegal trading using NFTs. Also, same technical method, we also found that Mr. Evil Noodle used Discord as a chat application. We decrypted the iPhone backup with the passcode we checked earlier step and got his iPhone's main data. From the decrypted iPhone backup, we gained network connection information. It proves that this mobile device is actually used. We further discovered the forensics artifacts of MetaMask and OpenSea applications uses here. MetaMask is used to NFTs in OpenSea, the NFT market. We discovered wallet address where the suspect traded or attempted to trade using NFT wallet address of PewDiePie. We found the OpenSea service that he has been used by suspect. We checked the profile identified as the account of PewDiePie. PewDiePie's wallet address was obtained from the OpenSea NFT marketplace. We determined that Mr. Evil Noodle was using NFTs for the purpose of concealing illegal transactions and disguising them as normal transactions. We also found that Mr. Noodle cloned NFT. That means the possibility that the Mr. Noodle using multiple channels to money laundering. But furthermore, in the previous phase of this report, we identified the URL of the children's porn sales site operated by Mr. Evil Noodle. Then we accessed the address and analyzed relevant evidence. that the site introduced how to purchase child exploitation materials, including the seller's cryptocurrency wallet account, and there has been posted the child exploitation products. We checked the history of actual transaction in the wallet address checked on this site. This account was effectively used for selling child exploitation materials. We found pictures that prove child molestation of the suspect's computer, and also there was some pictures of Curie Pie, the girl we were looking for. In the previous phase, we found that 6 photos were uploaded onto the children's pornographic site. As a result of downloading the photos from the site and analyzing the hash file, it was confirmed that the photos were the same as those in the mobile evidence folder of the suspects. Suspects' crime-relevant files are matched as follows. We also analyzed the meetup txt file to obtain the message that he has planning to meet. The file was encoded, but we decoded and effectively confirmed the meeting time. Next, I will report the details of applicable US code. As a valid code to crimes committed by foreigners, we basically applied US code 2. Also, he involved in the kidnapping of the girl. We applied US code 1201, clause A and E. Even if Mr. Noodle is member of a state-sponsored organization, the criminal law still stands. The crime against the kidnapped girl, Curie Pie, was also discovered in his digital evidence, and the U.S. strongly punishes crimes kidnapping committed by foreigners to protect the people. We also confirmed that he tried to hide the flow of illegal money transaction. Even strong punishment regulations for foreigners exist in the laundering of monetary instruments area. So we applied US Code 1956 Club B. And Mr. Evil Noodle has been operating the illegal website. According to the website and other digital evidence, we identified his producer of child exploitation materials. So we applied US Code 220060 Clause A and B. Based on the digital evidence, we found that Mr. Evil Noodle has been selling and distributing children's pornography online. So we applied US Code 1093A and US Code 2251 Clause D. And US Code 2251 Clause E, and also US Code 2252 Clause A, even 2252A Clause A. Mr. Evil Noodle violated various U.S. penal code. In addition, and also, he has been used cryptocurrency for illegal activity and transaction. So we applied U.S. Code 1956 Clause A. There are some, and we also applied U.S. Code 1957. If all of these crimes are accepted by courts, prosecutor can request an additional U.S. Code 1591 for sex trafficking of children or by force, fraud, and U.S. Code 2259 mandatory restitution. The final, the final list what we produce of evidence to be submitted as follow. We confirm that verified the MD5 hash value of its produced ESI using FTK imager and autopsy, and the results are below. This is all of my investigation reporting. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Team South Korea. Another great presentation there. All right, now let's hear from our third team, Team Hungary.
Hi and welcome. I'm here on the behalf of 50 Shades of Grey Hat from Hungary, and I am representing our team in the court. So let's start with going over a little bit of the details of the case. In early January 2023, the team of FBI has discovered a numerous number of illegal activities that could be tied to Mr. Evil Noodle, such as online child exploitation, illegal crypto trades, and hacking. Also, there has been a recent kidnapping, and the most recent one was the 12-year-old girl, Curry Pie, who got kidnapped on a playground, and her kidnapping has been tied to Mr. Noodle, Evil Noodle. Also, after kidnapping Curry Pie, some disturbing images and videos has surfaced on the dark web that could be tied to Curry Pie, and also the FBI tied Mr. Noodle to these actions. After that, a search warrant has been issued, and our technical experts were contacted to conduct a forensics investigation. First, we were initially seized with a Windows machine with administrator level privileges, which means we had access to basically everything. Later on, we have discovered the phone backup and the darknet store. We issued search warrant for all of these evidences according to the law. And we also have created forensics copies, which is very important to maintain the integrity of the evidence. We created a table of hashes both for the original evidences and the evidences after it has been investigated on the forensics copies, so the two hashes can be compared and can be showed that the integrity of the evidences has not been harmed, hence has not been tampered with. So here is a small timeline about how the investigation went. So the initial machine was, as I said, administrator level privileges, basically had access to everything. We used the industrial best practices and tools such as autopsy to collect evidences from the computer, collect and categorize evidences. We have discovered a number of hidden files, recently deleted files were recovered, and also we found files with encryption. These files contained crucial evidences such as a darknet store address, which also was encrypted and hidden in the metadata of a file. We also have discovered a phone backup and other encrypted files consisting of cryptocurrency wallet addresses and other evidences which I will be mentioning later on the presentation. We also have discovered hidden folders with disturbing images, as shown in evidence 1. We only display the name of these images due to the nature of the contents of the images, but the name of the images speak for themselves. They contain very disturbing child pornographic photos. So incriminating evidence has been found against Mr. Evil Noodle of the possession of child pornographic material. We also can see on the first picture the name of Curry Pie, which we'll later on mention. Also, we included some images of Curry Pie, so please be cautious because some disturbing images may be shown in this presentation. So as evidence number 2, we examined the images and the video files of Curry Pie, and we confirmed that it is actually indeed the 12-year-old kidnapped girl. And We also further investigated the images for metadata. It's unknown to a lot of people that images store such information as geolocation, which can tell where the image was taken, the exact time of the image was taken, and also the device, the operating system that the device used with what the photo was taken. At the current moment, we only could take note that it was created around the time that Curry Pie went missing, and also that it was taken with an Apple iPhone, but not yet could tie it to Mr. Evil Noodle. We found incriminating evidence that it was indeed taken with Mr. Evil Noodle's phone. We're gonna present that later on. So after this, we went towards the telephone backup. The telephone backup had a passcode, but lucky for us, Mr. Evil Noodle wasn't that cautious and hid his passcode in an encrypted file, which we could decrypt and find and unlock the phone, luckily, after a search warrant was issued, of course. And also we created a forensics backup of the phone to maintain the integrity of the investigation. On the phone, we have found the pictures which previously was shown on the computer, which led to the conclusion that it was indeed taken by Mr. Evil Noodle, and not just possessed it, he distributed and created all this child pornographic material. What is more, we have discovered notes on this particular iPhone, notes that created price lists tied to these illegal activities. We found marketing advertisement speech for his crypto laundering deeds. We also have found crypto addresses that could be tied to Mr. Evil Noodle, and we also have been able to restore recently deleted files from the phone, which revealed further notes, Discord conversation, stolen OpenSea's account, and distribution of illegal chemicals. Yes, so we, again, as I mentioned, investigated the metadata of the images, and we found out, based on the geolocation, pictures of a playground where the 12-year-old girl was taken, which could present incriminating evidence against Mr. Evil Noodle. We also have found, as I mentioned, the notes where you can clearly see he was creating a marketing business for his crypto laundering events. There were other notes regarding this topic. And as evidence 5 shows, he was also selling the silent poison gas and even presented with a Discord communication about the selling and the discussion of the distribution of these illegal materials. Furthermore, on the base computer, we have discovered the darknet store address, we also got a search warrant to examine, and also to examine the crypto wallet account and its transactions. So the darknet store included all the pictures that been previously discovered. Also, the storefront mentions Mr. Evil Noodle's name, but just because Mr. Evil Noodle's name is on a dark web store does not mean that he's just allegedly the owner of that store. We also, since we discovered his phone and his computer had all the exact pictures and prices as the storefront, we came to the conclusion that it's indeed not just somebody pretending to be Mr. Evil Noodle, but it is the possession of the Mr. Evil Noodle. He not just possessed child pornography, but also distributed. And also the darknet the darknet store offers crypto laundering, and there is a website for him that is accessible from the Surface Internet, where he actually helps clients to reach the Tor web. So even more people can be reached from the Surface Internet and not just through the dark web. We also examined the crypto transactions. His Bitcoin wallet, we've seen several transactions moving very high amount of money, and also we compared it with the price list that we have previously found, and we came to the conclusion that the prices actually match the transactions and the crypto payments. So here you can see evidence 6, which presents the storefront. Again, you can see the pictures that were previously discovered. Also, we can see the hidden file where he encrypted the address of the storefront. Also, encrypting files and hiding files does not necessarily lead to criminal activity, but it can implicate conspiracy. And in this case, it did lead to criminal activities, since he were trying to hide illegal activities behind these files. Also, what I haven't mentioned previously, only at the beginning, that we found incriminating evidence against him stealing an NFT account of CurryPie, and it goes against the intellectual property of the U.S. penal, according to the U.S. Legislations. So he not just abducted CurryPie and used her disturbing images and videos, but also he stole her intellectual property. And here you can see the crypto wallet and the transactions, which shows incriminating evidence against money laundering. And also we found other indications of conspiracy, such as hidden and encrypted messages about a meeting, which could lead to the conclusion that either he wasn't working alone, or he was making other purchases and meetups in real life. Also, we provided, as I previously mentioned, hashes of everything, so we can compare the hash of the original evidence and hash of the forensics copy, so we can maintain the integrity of evidences. So to sum it up, we found sufficient evidence against Mr. Evil Noodle to be charged all of the previously mentioned charges. And here are some references that we used during our investigation. Thank you for your attention. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Team Hungary. Very impressive performances by all of our competitors. All presentations were very thorough, clear. The evidence was clear. They were organized and used good visuals throughout. So excellent job by every single team. Thank you so much for your hard work and your dedication to this competition. So now we will take a brief break before we move on to the second session, which will include the judges' question and answer. So I will turn it back over to Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laprade. Fascinating presentations. It takes me back to when I was doing a master's at Boston University and doing the digital forensics investigation. What a talented group of people. I'm very impressed and envious of their abilities and the great job they've done. So congratulations. As Dr. Laprade said, we're going to take a break to allow our distinguished group of judges to review the mock trial presentations and tabulate their points. Our judges are Dr. Gergely Dositic, Dr. Austin Givens, and Colonel Marlon Mike Toro Alvarez. And Dr. Laprade will come back after the break and make some announcements. I just want to say before I go on, I apologize when I was thanking our sponsors. I didn't properly mention Endicott College and Dr. Kyung-shick. Thank you very much for your sponsorship and support. And my apologies from this morning. So we'll take a break and we'll be back here promptly at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Looking forward to hearing the results, and good luck to the judges. You've got your work cut out, and it's been a great morning. And Jennifer, we look forward to seeing you back here at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. Take care. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the break, and this morning's session was excellent. Great presentations by our top three teams. We're going to move on now to hear our judges' opinions regarding each of the final three teams' performances. I want to welcome back Dr. Jennifer Laprade as moderator of this session, along with our judges, Dr. Gergely Desinich, or Greg, as he goes by, international advisor and attorney at law at Dr. Desinich Law Office in Budapest, Hungary, Dr. Austin Givens from Utica University, and Colonel Marlon Mike Toro Alvarez, Mike Toro, as we know him, who is currently pursuing his PhD at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. I'd like to take a brief minute, if I may, Jennifer, and just give some bio introductions here of our judges. Dr. Desinich is adjunct professor at MWM Business School in Lyon, France, and he's a board member of the Cybersecurity Advisors Network, the CYAN in Paris, where he also leads the Global Data Protection Expert Group. He's an attorney and counsel of Eversheds Sutherland Budapest. His focus areas are criminal law, criminalistics, cybersecurity, data protection, EU, and dispute resolution. His memberships include the Bar Association of Budapest, CYAN Paris, and IAPP in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Dr. Givens is an associate professor of cybersecurity at Utica University. Dr. Givens teaches undergraduate courses on Homeland Security, digital forensics, and criminal justice technologies at Utica University. He's also taught graduate courses on critical infrastructure protection, cyber incident management, and network security. Dr. Givens has published 3 books on national security, the most recent of which is Homeland Security, an Introduction, through Oxford University Press in 2021. Prior to entering academia, he worked in various information technology-related roles for the Department of Homeland Security and in the private sector. He received his PhD in public policy from the Department of Political Economy at King's College London. Nice to see you back, Dr. Givens. Your contribution is amazing in this. And Marlon Mike Toro Alvarez is a Lieutenant Colonel, Columbia National Police, and research and teaching assistant at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. Colonel Toro is a cybercrime investigation expert with more than 23 years of experience in the field. He's an advisor and researcher at the Center for Cybersecurity and Cybersecurity Research, Center for CIC. He's co-founder of La Escuela Latinoamericana de Cybercriminología, the Latin American School of Cybercriminology, the International Observatory of Computer Crime, INTOCC, and the Cyber Think Tank, TCPIP. Mike has advised the first regulatory framework in cybersecurity at the Andean Parliament and built knowledge to inspire the new generations of digital forensics investigators in around 23 different countries. His academic publications and contributions in cybersecurity, online defense, computer evidence handling, and robotic testing recognized him as the precursor of criminology in Ibero-America. And he's a dear friend. Nice to see you, Mike. And thanks to everybody in the panel. I recognize all of you from last year and what an amazing job you all have. And Dr. Laprade, you do a great job. I don't know how you guys decide who it is that's going to take top honors, but huge respect for what you're doing. I'll stop talking. Dr. Laprade, take it away.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Welcome to our second session of the mock trial portion of the cybercrime investigation competition. In the first session, we heard our mock trial presentations from our top 3 teams, Team Brazil, Team South Korea, and Team Hungary. And in the second session, we are going to give the judges, our esteemed judges here, a chance to ask questions to the competitors. So this will be a part of their score. Judges will be scoring based on clarity of answers, how directly the competitors answer the questions, and how clearly they do so. So let's get started here. We're going to start with Team Brazil.
Sozinho imagem, né?
All right, welcome, Kelson.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. All right, so we're going to start with Dr. Givens. Your first question for Team Brazil.
Thank you, Dr. Laprade, and Kelson, welcome again. My question to you may seem like a basic one, but just humor me here. What is a hash value, and why does it matter in the context of this case?
Okay, the hash value is like a identity related to some file. So we can compare a hash from some pictures, from some video, and in that case we can match with the questioned evidence.
And so, given that, what role did hash values play in the course of your investigation?
Okay, the hash values were too important because we could compare the hash from the metadata from the files found in the computer, and we could compare with the hash found on the website. So on the website that were trading illegal content, we could compare and match those hashes and establish the connection between the the content found in computer with the content found in the website.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is your question for Team Brazil? I think you're muted, Colonel Toro, if you could unmute. Thank you.
I didn't hear you. Maybe the admin is looking. So is my turn right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone, and congratulations to all of the teams. You did such amazing job. So Kelson, specifically, I'm going in the same direction that Dr. Gibbons was mentioning before. You provide some hashes at 512 category of one of those different algorithms, and you use SHA-512. Why did you do that? Why?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Sure. You know that there are different hash algorithms, and you were using, or Brazil was using SHA-512 instead of all of the different algorithms. Why did you choose that kind of
Yeah,
algorithm?
because this one is more precise than the others.
Okay. And usually when we are, and obviously here everyone is learning in this great conference, in White Hat conference, we have that standard that at least we are going to use twice hash values. Do you use another hash value to support that integrity of the evidence?
We choose to use that MD5 because I think that it's enough to prove a point.
Okay, great. I think this is a really, really nice point from your side of one something to recognize regarding that. You go with the highest standard. That takes more time to get, but also is really, really important also to have backup, to have other alternatives. Thank you so much, Kelson, and congratulations to your team for the great
very
job.
much.
Thank you, Colonel Toro. All right, Dr. Jinich. I think again we unmute there.
Mr. Schneider, good to have you, and it was really great to see the performance of your team. My question is about metadata, and I would like to kindly ask you about this very important point, because if we go into the science of investigation and digital forensics, metadata carries always one of the most critical points, and due to the analysis where we can track down traces which made route to the perpetrator, right? Have you thought whether metadata could be falsified in the case? Did you take any cautious actions about that? Have you thought about this point?
Yeah, sometimes the metadata is not enough because if I edit a file, it will carry those impression, those change. So I don't think that metadata is enough by itself to be approved. But comparing with other information, we can compare and probably match or discharge.
That's a very good answer, because you have been highlighting that only basing your investigation on one source instead of putting into the multiple sources of traces into context, that is something which is truly valuable. So I like your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jedic. Do any of our judges have any other questions for Team Brazil? Okay, if not, then we will allow some time for the judges to deliberate, write their scores. Allow a couple of minutes here. And thank you so much, Team Brazil. Excellent work. And just let me know if you're all, when you're ready. And before we move on to our next team, why don't we get some judge comments about Team Brazil's presentation overall? What did they do well? What kind of comments do you have overall for Team Brazil before we move on to our next team? Yeah, Colonel.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Dr. Gibbons. It's
No,
okay.
please.
Well, I think when we are as investigators, we're trying to explain or trying to defend our evidence in front of the judges. We are trying to move so technical, but here Brazilian team was providing like a really nice, really articulated images and putting some small like emoticons of what we call like a symbolic element to try to move to get the attention of the judges. I think that is a really good point. And also, I think to present all the time, to present who is the investigator, as they try to do. Hey, this is our team. So this is a team of different investigators, different qualified people. Also, it was something really interesting. Maybe also, but having the same balance from one side, showing really nice graphic balance. In the other part, we need also to be specific with the charge, with the penal codes, to mention that part. So in that way, yes, we are not just talking in technical from the technical side, but also we are connecting with the legal expertise of the judges. I think that is something to take out.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right, Dr. Gibbons.
Thanks, Jen. And yeah, Kelson, very good job to you and your teammates on this investigation. Somewhat echoing Mike, I felt that the explanations that you provided of your investigative procedures were quite good and clear, easy for the average person, say, to understand. And again, like that is part of the purpose of the mock trial. It's to translate, in a sense, very technical, involved concepts and articulate them in such a way that an ordinary person without technical knowledge can understand exactly what you're talking about. I also like the concise nature of your presentation. I mean, it was very dense but short, and I think that's helpful too for sort of a judge and jury style audience, because if you go on a bit too long, you can risk losing attention or even generating confusion where there shouldn't necessarily be confusion. So I saw that as a great strength. That said, though, I echo Colonel Toro. The articulation of the specific connections between what you recovered, the artifacts that you recovered, and law violations is an important piece of that. So just for future reference in other competitions in which you may participate, it would be good to include that sort of material in more depth as well.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. And Dr. Jinich.
It's a very important point and aspect which was articulated by both Mike and Jack, that the team has a very good way how to present the content at the end of the day. There's a good saying, also very simple and tight, that you should not simply be good, but you should also look good. And in this sense, it means presentation. And this carries on a very important aspect, that it is not only about how you package, it's not only about marketing. Since there is a very high level of importance on such cases as this one, and also the social sensitivity, and also the very high level of law enforcement focus on any such case, what we're talking about, like in this one, where children are concerned, colleagues, children are concerned. Plain language and the way of communication which minimizes any kind of a misunderstandings is very important. So I would like to highlight that with just a little bit of adding a bit more to Jack's words, which I cannot add to, but maybe further articulate. That's the proper way of explaining. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you again, judges, and thank you, Team Brazil.
Thank you.
Excellent work. Now we'd like to invite our next team, Team South Korea. All right, welcome. Okay, if we could just start off with some overall comments about Team South Korea overall. So what did they do well? What are some things that they can work on? So Dr. Gibbons, if you'd like to begin.
Hello, Jen, and thank you to you and your teammates for your efforts in this competition. Two real strengths that I saw in your presentation were the following. One, it was both detailed and thorough. I had very little doubt about the precise steps that you and your teammates took during the course of the investigation, what tools you employed to recover specific artifacts. And I thought you thought through, you articulated clearly and well the specific law violations that were in play and connected those to the forensic artifacts that you recovered. So those things were definite strengths in my mind. On the other hand, I also felt that the length of your presentation may have been stretching things a bit. And I say that because really the purpose of the presentation is to provide a bit of a summary, if you will, of the contents of your report and to explain it in a way that is easily, readily understandable by the average person, a person who doesn't necessarily have technical knowledge and background. So in the same sense that your presentation was strong by being detailed, it also, at least in my view, ran a bit long because you provided so much detail in the presentation. So the feedback I would offer to you is simply to consider how you edit what you have in your report and adjust it for the context of a completely different work product, which is the presentation itself. But all of that being said, I thought you guys did an excellent job.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. Dr. Dinich, would you like to give some overall comments?
Yes, so very importantly, it should be said that if you are doing any kind of an executive summary, you have a limited time, you have a limited ability to present your knowledge, present the output of the work, you need to limit it to the key takeaways at the end. And this was something which I was missing practically, that giving it into the context is very necessary. Doing practically an output show work of your deliverable, which from the content perspective was very high level, don't misunderstand me. But you are going to arrive to a job market later on also, as higher you go on your career, which I wish to you. And you need to train yourself to report in a more and more executive level style of communication. This is something which is a very, very friendly and very, very supportive coaching, which I can add to your work, which from the content perspective was absolutely a very good level. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dinich. All right, Colonel Toro, overall comments for Team South Korea.
Thank you. Well, as we were talking with Dr. Gibbons, and as Dr. Greg mentioned, the quality of the report is just professional. They are professional behind of this work. We can see that you have a lot of details, different descriptions. What I would like to highlight the most is regarding the time stamps you were providing, and you were also being so specific to try that what kind of time standard you are using. And I think in cybercrime investigation, that is a key factor to repeat and say again, we are having this time zone, we are having this timeline, we are having these time stamps, because it's a difference that the traditional crime, we need to convince, to provide to the judge, to the judges, that is one order. Even that the cybercrime implies different location, different parts of the world, that is so important to keep that narrative about the timeline. Maybe some point to consider, maybe because of the rush, because of the competition stress, that was that in the report, the 2.3 section, you were showing about those charges again, the illegal trade in crypto assets, but the title was mentioning about the child exploitation material. So maybe to look about that, we need to review all the time, because you know that those penal codes or penal charges are different, and depends on what we are trying to support regarding the evidence. Those small sentences, small mistakes can be really a really big difference, and the counterpart, the defense of the suspects, can take advantage of that. But in general, thank you so much for taking all of the time, all of the details you put in your report, because that is making us, I think, everything easier to make decision about that. Congratulations, really great job.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, judges, for those overall comments. Now let's move into the questions. So Dr. Gibbons, you want to start off with questions for Team South Korea?
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Leprad. So, hey, Jen, I wanted to ask you a pretty specific question here. Could you take me back to your presentation and remind me, how did you and your teammates locate Mr. Evil Noodle's cryptocurrency wallet information again? Can you explain that to me one more time, please?
Should I share the presentation file now? Or just answer?
Perhaps just answer for the sake of simplicity.
Can I question one more time?
Sure. My question is, how did you and your teammates locate Mr. Evil Noodle's cryptocurrency wallet information? Could you remind me the steps you took to do that?
First, Mr. Evil Noodle's cryptocurrency wallet address is displayed on the porno website, and we decrypted some local files. We found the NFT's address, and we checked that NFT's transactions, and the Bitcoin's wallet is connected. So that is the procedure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. Dr. Dinich, what question do you have for South Korea?
Yes, my question is whether the South Korean team was looking for booby traps. How would you check out a criminal case as this one, whether, for example, the perpetrator, Mr. Evil Noodle, would have any kind of a solution on its system, for example, giving a booby trap like a password file which you can open, but the password file is not containing any passwords or further data for further secret files, but it would, for example, use an encryption software like a ransomware. This can easily arise, and such booby traps are not only in films but also in real life investigations. So avoiding such situations, what would be your approach?
As like this case, we use the virtual machine and analyze in the virtual machine that we didn't any care about some ransomwares or another cyber attacks, because we use virtual machines. So that virtual space doesn't affect in my local machine.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Colonel Toro.
Thank you, Dr. Lefred. Well, we are here in international. We are reaching 71 countries in this White Hat conference, and we know that this is a really international competition, as well as a cybercrime is impacting different communities, different countries. I would like to learn instead of asking. Maybe that is the what is behind of the next question regarding the proceed, or at least what part you mentioned in your report in your team regarding produce evidence. So you note in your report in the fourth section, not about the collected evidence, but you locate there or highlight produce evidence. Why do you use that sentence or that section? You name that section as a produce evidence.
It's just means summarize the evidence. When, for example, evidence number 1, my file zip file, that zip file is all of the evidence for proof he's criminal. But in the report, I unzip the file and show you inside. So I summarized the fourth section to all of the evidence list.
Okay. Yeah, that is something really important, because when we are mentioning that we are creating evidence as investigator, we are producing evidence. So maybe the judge are not going to be so kind as here, and we're going to have like that interpretation that, hey, how is possible that the investigator are creating and producing evidence? We are supporting, we are using different digital forensic techniques to try to preserve their integrity, but we are not creating, we are not producing. That is just like one point to clarify. And I was mentioning that before, that because we are international, maybe from what we try to translate, I know that you are not a native English speaker, me neither. So maybe we try to translate and to put that in a different way. So thank you so much for the great job. And now we understand that you were providing that like, summarize, as Dr. Greg was mentioning before, try to put something in one executive way to everything together for make this process easy. Thank you. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Toro. Do any of our judges have any further questions or comments for Team South Korea? Okay, well then we will move into judges' deliberation. So we'll give the judges a couple of minutes here to finalize their scores, take into account what they've just heard. Excellent job by both teams so far. We've got one team left to go. Okay, judges, are we ready to bring on our third team? All right, let's invite Team Hungary, our reigning champions.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for having me.
Rebecca, welcome. Okay, let's start with overall comments for Team Hungary. Colonel Toro, let's start with you.
Thank you so much. And congratulations again to the Hungarian team for defending again and again the great job you did from the first time in the White Hat Conference. Well, it is amazing how you also articulate in a really nice way how to present that timeline to try to put everything together in the same map. That is really, really important to connect not only the what you are presenting as a potential penal charges, but also the evidence you were collecting, what procedures you were doing, what was before, and how this is connected with the next evidence, and how that evidence is opening potential hints to collect new evidence. obviously we are here in a mock trial and we have like that virtual scenario, those virtual machines. Maybe everyone knows what is the step, who was before, and what would be the next step. But I really appreciate that way you were putting everything together in your slides. Also, you have been working, you have more experience in this kind of competition, so you were putting everything together and explaining in a really nice way how one evidence was connected with the other. And also regarding the task, when you are opening your reports, you are mentioning some tasks the team was doing, and I think that also is so useful for having one idea or try to defend our procedures as a cybercrime investigators. If we are explaining how was the main procedures or the main technique, the main task we were using, so that is guideline. That is guiding our the judges or other entities who are going to see or to read your report. And also when you are moving during the report and connecting this digital evidence, number one is related with this tax, tax number 1, tax number 6. I think also that is something to highlight. So congratulations again, really great job.
Thank you, Colonel Toro. Dr. Jinich, overall comments.
So, in my point of view, there were some very important elements how you were defining the critical way of the definition of the dark web shop, right? And how you have linked that approach to practically Evil Noodle and how to support this argumentation that the shop is clearly connected to him, right? And in this way, I wanted to articulate that I really liked the fact that you did your best to argue from multiple perspectives in this era, because obviously connecting that point to the person, which is a clear investigation methodology approach, that you have to be able to connect the case to the person or the person to the case, right? And in this situation, you had to connect multiple angles together. So connecting the dots was very critical. I valued that approach and I really liked the presentation. It was very detailed at the necessary level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jinich. And Dr. Gibbons, overall comments for Team Hungary.
Becca, I thought you guys did an excellent job with this presentation, as you have in previous years. What Dr. Jinich just mentioned, I agree with entirely. There was a level of detail here and presentation of evidence and connecting that evidence to specific violations of particular codes that was right on point. I don't think it was overly detailed, but I don't think it was too general either. It hit this sort of sweet spot, if you will. So I saw that as a definite strength. One possible shortcoming in the presentation, I think, though, is to some extent, I think more in the way of details about investigative procedures that you took could be helpful. But the risk, of course, you run there is that you get a little overly detailed. And that's why we have this Q&A session, so that we can ask those more targeted questions about the particular techniques you used and the specific tools that you employed to recover forensic artifacts. But on the whole, I thought you guys did a really wonderful job with this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. All right, let's move into the question and answer portion. So we'll start with Colonel Toro. What question do you have for Team Hungary?
Thank you. Well, we know that you have been competing in past versions. There is one evidence which is located in the page 18, I think so, 18 of you. And it's about one image that was not available for this competition. Could you explain Let me put there for specifically with that. That is just in your report, the page number 16, the evidence, and number 7. There is the last photo with one guy on back in front of one screen. Could you please let us to know how you get that image?
Oh, of course. It indeed was available because I assume if during the competition they reused the iPhone backup because it was in the previous year an iPhone 6 backup, and it was this year also an iPhone 6 backup. And because they reused it and they just only hit delete on these files, we could restore it in the backup because it wasn't deleted in a permanent way. It was just hit delete and then empty trash, which we all know that doesn't do the job for deleting the files. So that's why we could restore it. We didn't know if it was it was an accident or it was related to this year's case. That's why we included, but we did not reuse anything from last year. All the evidences were restored this year.
Got it. I think that point is really important to explain some specific techniques we are using to get some specific evidence, just to clarify the case. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, Colonel Toro. All right, Dr. Jinich.
I would like to ask you a question which is relating to the fact and relating to multiple problems in such situations. And since I would like to be very equal with each of the teams, this is why I'm raising this question to you as well, that due to the investigation and due to the forensics analysis, which had to be carried out from policy, legal, and from technical perspective as well, combining the multidisciplinary activity. And due to the fact that planning needs to be as cautious as possible, excluding or minimizing the threats of losing any kind of valuable information as digital traces in the situation. My big question is how and basically in which means have you applied to avoid booby traps within the situation? So for example, and again, many kind of solutions could draw back and come back in smart perpetrators like Evil Noodle, because Mr. Evil Noodle was a smart guy. Also in the intro and at many other parts we have experienced that he is good at computer sciences, right? And obviously he would like to cover himself because all such perpetrators know that they are on the dark side, so they need to hide their black attitude, right? So my big question is, if they would like to, for example, use an automated deletion system or encryption system of files, my big question is, what was the best approach you had for this angle?
Well, this is a fake scenario, so we have limited options, but in a real life scenario, there definitely would be real copies of the image or the disk or the pen drive or whatever we examining, so to avoid the real thing getting deleted. Also, you always have to use a sandbox. Usually we call it a dirty machine, either not connected to the internet or not connected to anything vulnerable. If there is another kind of trap, such as not just deleting the disk or the file or the hard drive itself, but also affecting the main system. So there should be always a sandbox. There should be always made copies of these files, of these evidences, so we can maintain the original thing.
Very important. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gibbons, your question.
Thank you. Becca, I have a very targeted question for you, and it relates to slide number 16, evidence item number 9. In the text at the bottom of that particular slide in your presentation, you write something to the effect of use of encrypted messages is definitely evidence of conspiracy. definitely is a pretty powerful word to use. So is it evidence of conspiracy? Definitely?
No, I'm sorry. That's a mistake. Now that you asking the question, true, it is not definitely, because I do believe, I hope so. We all use encryptions and maybe hidden files because, for example, I don't like to scan my ID every time I have to apply to something. So I do have encrypted portion of my hard drive for such an sensitive information. And also, that doesn't mean I'm trying to hide illegal activities. So itself, encryption and hiding files is not a definite conspiracy, but putting together all the other evidences and the circumstances that surround the encryption and the hidden files, that makes the conspiracy theory further evolve with these, that he was definitely trying to hide all these activities. But itself, if all we would have is hidden files and encryptions, then that wouldn't be considered as a definite conspiracy if they weren't containing any illegal activities or any illegal material.
That's good to hear, because I really don't want to delete the Signal app from my phone. So this is really thank you. I appreciate your answer, Becca.
Thank you too.
Okay, any final comments or questions for Team Hungary? Okay, thank you, Becca. Excellent job.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we've heard from all three of our teams. We've heard 3 great presentations, and then all 3 teams also did an amazing job on their question and answer portion. So the judges have some tough work ahead of them. I'm excited to see who the winner is going to be here. So first, again, congratulations to all 3 teams, our top 3 teams from the competition that started on Wednesday. Excellent performances, excellent presentations. Thank you again for your hard work and your dedication to this competition. Very, very, very impressive work. And since this is a mock trial, I think it's only appropriate that we have a final verdict for our defendant, Mr. Evil Noodle. So after carefully considering the evidence and the legal codes presented, I understand the judges have reached a verdict on Mr. Evil Noodle. Judge Austin Gibbons will provide that verdict now on behalf of the judges.
Thank you, Dr. Leprad. I think, having heard the presentations from our 3 finalist teams, the preponderance of evidence clearly indicates that Mr. Evil Noodle is guilty of a slew of crimes and likely will be spending the rest of his days on an island somewhere in the Pacific, far from everyone. And that's probably a good thing. So there we have the verdict.
Yes, thank you. And before we close out, do you have any final comments, judges? Any advice for next year's teams? Let's just hear some final comments overall on the competition. Dr. Jennage, let's start with you. I think you're muted. Okay, while we work out the sound there, let's hear from Dr. Gibbons.
Thank you. Congratulations again to all the teams that entered the competition this year, not only our finalists, but the entire field. We're really delighted to see the amount of interest and involvement in the competition. And I believe I'm safe speaking on behalf of my fellow judges that we sincerely hope for that interest to continue to increase and that we see more teams from more countries next year. It's absolutely remarkable the amount of participation and engagement we see with this conference and competition. The latest number I heard is that we have over 71 nations represented, and that is a remarkable thing. It's heartening to hear that so much good work is being done in this area, and our theme is so important in a societal sense this year: protecting children, protecting the most vulnerable among us. So congrats to everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. Dr. Dinich, final comments.
Yes, thank you. So you may know that I was involved in many projects which are related to the protection of children, because I was connected to Videntifier, the Icelandic company that is producing the tool which is applied by numerous law enforcement agencies worldwide to combat child sexual exploitation online. And when I was lucky, because I must say I am lucky to say that I was involved in this huge global battle, I learned a lot about such investigations. And what I see is that still talking about cases which are related to children online, or which might be related to sexual exploitation and etc., is still having some kind of a very special, I would say, atmosphere for many, because still in many countries people don't really talk about these kind of cases, and it's a huge problem. And awareness of the domain of the topic is critical. So my most important statement is that I am very, very happy and again proud to be member of the extended Boston University team. Very, very happy for each and every one of you guys who made this event happen with this subject matter, because these events can really draw attention to the importance of this sensitive criminology aspect of the world, which is something which includes people the perpetrators, who know exactly that they have a problem. They are, for that reason, very, very educated in the field of computer sciences. They know how to hide themselves, and we are over the age of sending VHS videotapes practically globally with such horrible contents. And obviously, as technology is evolving and it is getting better, the problem requires more and more intelligent people to work on these cases and somehow to get ahead of the perpetrators. So I'm happy to be here. The topic was very important. This is a mission for all of us to battle this issue, and I am very happy to have my fellow judges on the panel. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you, Dr. Dinich. And Colonel Toro, any final last thoughts?
Yes, of course. Well, thank you so much for all of the teams for the great effort you provide to all of those teams from the different part of the world, from different locations, from different backgrounds. As Dr. Greg was mentioning before, we need that multidisciplinary approach for this global phenomenon. Please keep training yourself. We know that there are a lot of smart Mr. Evils there, getting update with new technology, with new cyber criminal techniques, with new financial techniques. We saw in this case about non-fungible tokens, NFT, cryptocurrency. That is the real life. That is what our agencies, our special agents are facing daily. So we need to train ourselves to be in the same age of knowledge. Thank you so much also for your comprehension to adapt to the one penal code or one specific law or one specific country. Even that your backgrounds were from different part of the world, you did that extra effort to understand the law, to understand what is behind of those penal codes. And that is what we have to do as a cybersecurity expert, to try to deal, to try to get involved in the legal scenario. That is our framework. That is going to be like our toolkit, the final and most useful toolkit for our investigation, for protecting the digital access of our companies, of our societies. So congratulations, and also our biggest gratitude for your availability to read, to get involved with those penal codes. Some of them are, I am not lawyer, so for that reason, I really appreciate your extra effort you did there. So please, let's prepare for the next White Hat conference, the next competition. Please keep updating, please keep learning, and please keep sharing your knowledge as you already did it. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Colonel Toro. So a special thank you again to our impressive panel of international judges, Dr. Gibbons, Colonel Toro, and Dr. Jinich. Really appreciate your time and expertise here. So the judges will now finalize their scores. We'll do some final tabulations, and then the winner will be announced at the awards ceremony today at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, congratulations to all of our teams in the competition, especially our top 3 teams, and thank you all for joining our live mock trial portion of the competition. Thank you all. So I'll turn it back to Chris.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Laprade. What a fantastic session. That was absolutely wonderful. Thanks to Dr. Laprade, Dr. Zinich, Dr. Austin, and Colonel Toro for your excellent contributions. And congratulations to the teams. It was wonderful to watch. Clear from your examination that your jobs were not easy in determining who's going to take the top spot in this. So we look forward to the prize presentation. I just want to make one comment that was noted by the judges about the importance of brevity with the presentation. It's something, as an expert witness, and I know many of them have done the same work, it's very important to not be long-winded when you're sitting in front of a judge or a jury or whatever. And very, very sage advice. So always tough to do when you've got a lot of information. But at any rate, so it's time for our luncheon break. We'll return promptly at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll hear our experts discuss cyber safety education and listen to the 2 student paper competition finalists. It's probably not appropriate to have Dr. Zinich play piano for us through lunch, but that would be greatly appreciated. Beautiful background, love the piano, and we'll look forward to seeing everybody back here at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for attending, and we'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. Heading into our afternoon session today, and we're going to commence with a session on cyber safety education, moderated by Dr. Insun Park. And the speakers will be Diane Zigolio, State Auditor, Massachusetts, Thomas Mayer, Chief Information Officer, City of Woburn, and Mary Speta, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Executive Director of Amira Inc. A great session we had this morning. We're going to move into the last series of presentations. And cyber safety education is obviously an integral part of working toward reductions in cybercrime events. While the tools we have to investigate and prosecute criminals are very valuable, it's the education process. Obviously, the earlier we can start it, the better off we are, and the more we can continue to do it, the better off people will be. I want to now introduce our moderator discussant, Dr. Insun Park, and he'll introduce our guests. Dr. Park is an assistant professor in the Department of Criminal Justice Studies and Sociology at the University of Akron. She has interdisciplinary training in law, psychology, and criminal justice, has conducted research on juvenile delinquency, cybercrime investigation training, and justice reform initiatives. She previously worked as a violent crime investigator at the Korean National Police Agency and is currently an advisory board member of the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, better known as the CIC, where she contributes to discussions on cybercrime, digital forensics, and technology's intersection with the criminal legal system. Dr. Park received her PhD in criminal justice with a specialization in criminology and corrections from the University of Cincinnati. Welcome, Dr. Park. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction, and thanks everyone for coming to the session. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch, and we have even more exciting sessions coming up. Before I introduce our speakers, I would like to say that we will give all the presenters the opportunity to share all the presentations first, and then we're going to save a Q&A session till the end of the session. So in-person audiences, please save all the questions till the end, but the virtual audiences, you can start submitting your questions on YouTube as we go. So please welcome our first panelist here. I'm pleased to introduce wonderful speakers for the Cyber Safety Education panel. For first panelist, we have the State Auditor Diana DiZoglio and the Chief Information Officer at the State Auditor's Office, Mr. Thomas Mayer. So State Auditor Diana DiZoglio is the 26th Auditor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She is committed to help move Massachusetts forward by working to increase transparency and accountability in the state government. Auditor DiZoglio is a former state senator, state representative, and chief of staff to the president of the Professional Firefighters of Massachusetts. And next, we have Mr. Thomas Mayer, Chief Information Officer, Commonwealth of the Massachusetts Office of the State Auditors, as CIO for the Office of the State Auditor. Tom focuses on AI systems and development and operations that support the organization's mandates. Previously, Tom held executive management roles in the private sector, including VP of the Information Technology and Cybersecurity for the global manufacturer. His specialty is IoT cybersecurity and product development, though he has worked as a senior technologist in finance and academia. So I'm gonna give our presenters the opportunity to share their exciting information.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It's a great honor to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. I just want to make sure everybody's still awake and ready for our presentation today. We're really excited to be here. It's not often that the State Auditor's Office gets invited out to conferences pertaining to anything technology related. So we were super excited at this opportunity. And I do just want to give a huge thanks to Dr. Choi and the entire International White Hat Conference team for the opportunity to join you all today. My name is Diana DiZoglio. It's a tough one. You can just call me Diana is fine. And I serve as the state auditor for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And a question I get quite often is, what is the state auditor? And totally fine. We get it everywhere we go. That's one of the reasons why we're here today. We want to make sure that we are developing partnerships with our community and providing educational resources for us to connect moving forward. But the good news is that I am not the IRS. I do not audit any of you. I do not audit your tax returns. Generally speaking, when I walk into rooms like this, one of the first comments I get once I say I'm the auditor is, please don't audit me. So we do not audit you. We actually, in our office, audit the government for you. So that's a little bit different of a role that I think is a little bit unexpected when we talk about what our office does. And it's actually my job to help make government work more efficiently and more effectively, making sure that programs have integrity in our state agencies, to make sure that your tax dollars are being used wisely, that we are trying to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse from happening in different agencies, and we are hard at work at those efforts. We conduct performance audits, investigations, and studies to improve state systems. Anything state funded, basically, we can take a look at. And we perform our audit work with an incredible team, some of which are here today, and you'll hear from some of them a little bit later, that is skilled at asking relevant questions to capture and report on information and apply modern technology tools to uncover relationships between data and events. And a well-trained auditor in our office is supported by exceptional technology tools, thanks to folks like Tom Meyer that work in our office, and also policy and legal oversight. Like I said, we do have staff here today. Anne-Marie Irwin is our Director of Policy. You'll be hearing from her in a bit as well. We do have a dedicated management team to help create the most insightful and meaningful results to bring light to a broad range of issues across state government. We've conducted audits on topics such as looking at issues pertaining to the Department of Transportation. We're currently auditing the MBTA. We may have heard we have some challenges with our state's MBTA. Right now, trains literally catching on fire, safety issue after safety issue. We're conducting a safety and performance audit of the MBTA. We look into veterans services. We look into whether or not our state is meeting its diversity, equity, and inclusion commitments and goals. We look at public education and higher ed. We look at elder affairs. We audit the Department of Children and Families, Health and Human Services. And these are just some examples, but for the purpose of today's presentation, relevant to the conversation surrounding the use of technology in our office has also reviewed and conducted audits for the Sex Offender Registry Board, the use of CORIs, CORI checks in our contracted services around the Commonwealth, and the Department of Early Education and Care. In early education and care, our office actually conducted an audit of this agency, also known as EEC, Early Education and Care, EEC, in 2020. And through that audit, we reviewed whether EEC conducted site visits in accordance with its policies and procedures. In the audit, we also looked at whether EEC ensured that corrective actions for noncompliance with the law were actually being implemented by the agency. Our team investigated all reported incidents of child abuse or neglect within residential programs that EEC gave licenses to. And we also looked into whether EEC ensured that all required background checks were performed for those entrusted with caring for our most vulnerable populations in our communities, including our children. And what our audit identified was that EEC did not always review or initiate investigations of reports suspecting child abuse or neglect in their licensed programs. We're not reporting in the way that they should have been reporting. And they also did not ensure that all required background checks occur for its employees who were responsible for providing childcare. And for the providers who are providing childcare. So within our audit report, we included a list of recommendations based on our findings and are hopeful that EEC will implement our recommendations. It's our understanding that up to this point, that has not yet occurred. So we are actually conducting another audit while knowing that some of the recommendations we made from our previous audit have not yet been implemented. But we continue to advocate to the administration, to the legislature, and to the general public to help ensure that EEC changes its processes and procedures to make sure that they are conducting business in a way that's consistent with their mandate, part of which is to ensure that our vulnerable populations, our children, are protected. These recommendations, these results, these audit reports would not be made possible without the support of technology and our tools that we have developed in our office to make sure that we are able to put together information in an effective manner to make sure that we have effective monitoring and periodic evaluations in these agencies. We need to make sure that our internal controls and that our technological systems are functioning at their best capacity. We use technological tools in our office to help ensure and encourage folks in these agencies to make sure that they are getting current background checks from folks that are working in their office, which again hasn't been happening. But without appropriate oversight measures in places like EEC, we're not able to ensure that children across the Commonwealth are protected. And we believe technology is an incredibly useful tool and should be used to streamline information and the way data is stored. And it is critical that we make improvements to broken systems, processes, and procedures by using this tool to help ensure greater accountability across state government. And here with me today to discuss how this all connects is our subject matter expert and Chief Information Officer, Tom Meyer, who will discuss this work in a little bit more detail. Tom oversees all of our systems and tracks our accountability when it comes to remaining in compliance with data and cybersecurity. And Tom and his team work diligently to help ensure our systems remain secure and communicate efficiently if there are any potential risks in our state agency. So I will now turn it over to Tom to provide you with more information. Thank you, Tom. You're on.
Thank you, Auditor DiZoglio. So hopefully we have the next slide.
There you go. Yep.
Perfect. All righty. So thank you very much. And some of the challenges that we face are really around being able to identify and then acquire the data that help us perform the work that is needed in these audits. Much of the problem that we see are related to inconsistent data that is held in analog format, basically in paper format, and data that is also digitized, but that the overall consistency of it and the quality of it can be quite low. That means that when we perform those audits, regardless of the content, it can take us weeks, months, and in some cases years in order to make heads or tails out of the data that we have. Some of the roles that we have, or some of the issues along with just the data, is this that we need to get data from varying different sources within agencies, but also from the internet, from federal and other governmental organizations. And sometimes that is a difficult prospect in and of itself. So it's not only just the quality of the data, it can be the size of the data. It can also be the inconsistency within the fields of the data. If you're familiar with how databases are organized, what means one thing in one data set that's captured by the Department of Revenue might mean something completely different within the Department of Transitional Assistance. When it has to do with money and you're trying to figure out who has too much money because transactions don't make sense, there's fraud involved, or there's some other illicit behavior going on, that requires a lot of time and patience to filter through that information. We need better technology, and in that particular case, that technology has to understand where the data hides. And in data hiding, that can be because people are transacting person to person with cash, using cryptocurrency, using some applications that are popular for transacting without necessarily a bank account. Those are important facets for us to understand and have tools that will actually deconstruct how those transactions occurred. And you would think that we wouldn't need to get at that level, but when you're actually telling somebody that they are that they may be guilty of something. If you're charging with something, you better have your facts straight. And so, as people who are studying criminology, who are understanding cybersecurity, you understand the real importance of making sure that the data that you have is accurate and is defendable. We spend a lot of our time defending the data and making sure that it stands on its own. Some of the tools that we use to do that is really in two parts. That's what the auditors use to create workflow and keep heads or tails out of months-long investigations, multiple documents, which can lead into the hundreds, whole data sets. And so we use applications, workflow applications like Wolters Kluwer's Teammate Plus, and we use OpenText that help us connect for various investigations in our Bureau of Special Investigations. And that helps the auditors keep track of the documentation. We also have data analytics tools. So you'll see on that we use things like TSQL. We use our own R programming and Azure Analytics, which Microsoft and other vendors have helped us put together. Over time, though, we need new tools, and the new tools are a different level of sophistication. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with how machine learning is used to identify patterns. Patterns are very important in finding out abuse or things that are out of the norm and allow investigators to focus on the right elements and on the right people or agencies that are not doing what they need to do. So those tools are pattern matchers, the data analytics. Over and above that, we use a lot of investigative processes, so human processes, and then we advance that onto what we do with the digital data and then the technology. Here I show you something a little bit of the futures side, so this is not yet released, so you guys are first to see it. But internally, we are putting together a system with artificial intelligence, and so we've been hearing a whole lot of that. And the artificial intelligence side front ends the data analytics side, not only reading what is happening with the patterns, but making assumptions and helping direct us to where we find hot zones. This particular demonstration is for an application we put together with RapidMiner and Altair, and it allows us to search our own databases where we feel sometimes that we collect data, but it becomes siloed and hidden in and of itself. And so, we should never be in the position that we don't really know over the history of audit where all of our data is and how it may relate to itself. So there's been a lot of great investigative work that goes on in the past, and now in the future, Auditor DiZoglio has really pushed for a new generation. And that new generation is strapping on the AI in front of it to help those applications really sing. So it looks at all of our reports and tries to find trends that people may not necessarily see. In this particular case, you can see that it is pulled out for one of the queries that we put together on the early education and care audit. And so what we hope to be able to do is now mine our own data and merge that with other governmental data, not only from Massachusetts data sources, but also from the federal government. And then it produces something that's visually workable for an auditor. It creates this heat map of hits where the particular query will show where there is a hot zone and something that the auditor should take a look at. In the end, what we really need is help from all of you, and what we need are people who are ethical, people who are intelligent, who like the math and have a real sense of what's right, and the criminal processes, the criminal investigative processes that will bring all of this together and help minimize the amount of abuse that goes on with the Commonwealth's most vulnerable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And just as you can see on the slide right here, our contact information is up there for anyone who would like to contact us. This is an incredible opportunity to get to connect with everybody, even if it's a little bit brief and just a 15-minute span here. But we would love to continue this conversation, and we invite you to contact us to let us know about your ideas, some of the things you think we can incorporate in our office. And you may do so by looking up on the screen and getting some of this information. And we can also leave some business cards here for you as well for anyone who would like to engage with us. But thank you for all that you do in our communities. Thanks for the opportunity again to get to be here, and feel free to reach out to me, Tom, or anyone in our office anytime if we may be of assistance. Thanks again to everyone at home. Thank you.
And next, we have second panelist, Ms. Mary Spida from the Executive Director at Mera Inc. Can I introduce you? Mary serves as the Executive Director at Mera Inc., a Massachusetts-based nonprofit providing exit and aftercare services to women who have experienced prostitution, sex trafficking, and commercial sexual exploitation. Mary uses her own lived experience of commercial sex exploitation as well as her research on the commercial sex trade to break down the myth, inform policy, shape effective evidence-based exit ramps, supporting individuals and seeking independence from commercial sex. And also, my research side, Mary is a candidate in the Doctor of Law and Policy program at Northeastern University, where her research focuses on the phenomenon of prostitution and the distorted impact of prostitution criminalization and evidence-based approaches to supporting exit from the commercial sex trade. So, Mary, please have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I feel like a qualitative nerd that has stepped into a quantitative world. So we may speak a little bit of different language, but I'm really, really glad to be here. I am going to take us in an entirely different direction. That was amazing. It was great hearing from the state auditor. Thank you so much for that. That was so interesting to hear from. Today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about exit from the commercial sex trade to give you a little context of where I'm coming from. I run a service agency called Amira. We provide exit and aftercare services for women leaving the commercial sex trade in any capacity that is. 90% of the women that we serve have been trafficked. Not all have. A lot have been in the commercial sex trade out of survival. Most of them entered as children. The average age of entry into the commercial sex trade in the United States is between 14 and 17 years old, but the average age of exit is over age 18. So the kids that we're seeing being exploited in the system of prostitution, they often don't get a chance to get out until they become adults, if they get out at all. My organization and my work, my research focuses on helping people exit. So for those of you that are running technology, looking at online apps and postings and profiles, trying to identify potential victims, this is really going to be more applicable for you. I'm going to talk a little bit about the user mindset of how victims are taught to use these apps, what exit looks like for them, what they are facing mental health-wise and poverty-wise, and how that causes them to re-enter. That means you're going to be seeing a lot of the same people actually on these apps over and over and over again. So I want to start with what we know about online experiences of people who are engaging in the commercial sex trade. Since the advent of the internet, so much of prostitution has moved online. We still have the track, we still have street prostitution. It's very, very concentrated though in particular sections of cities. And I can even name like specific street names in different towns. But seeing it all over the place, that was really something that we more saw in the 80s and 90s. Now, pretty much anyone that is engaging in prostitution, even if they are engaging on the street, they're engaging in online apps. I have seen women on every single online dating app that there is, particularly those that are advertising for affairs like ashleymadison.com. But we get everything: Tinder, Facebook, Twitter, Bumble, Grindr, every single online dating app. They are on it. They are learning how to work it. That means that they know how to market themselves because traffickers are literally teaching them how to market themselves. When you have a gun to your head and someone telling you you need to make $1,500 tonight, you figure out pretty quickly how to market yourself and get that price tag up there. So these apps are easily accessible online. When law enforcement helps a victim exit in a system of exploitation or a situation of exploitation, depending on where that victim ends up, that victim, if they need to make money post-victimization, this is what they know how to do. And they can use multiple apps and create multiple different profiles to determine the geographic location for the highest market value. So if I'm on ashleymadison.com, I'm going to have 6 different profiles in 6 different cities, and I'm going to see which one is getting me the highest market value, the highest generation, who's going to pay me the most money. I'm going to go to that city because markets actually change a little bit here and there. So Boston may be up one day while New York is down, same vice versa. So we understand the online, the fact that victims understand how to work online apps. They know this really well. The other side of the victim survivor experience is the impact of commercial sexual exploitation and the commercial sex trade in general. The commercial sex trade is a highly violent situation. People who are trading sex are the #1 target for serial killers. Those exiting the system of commercial sexual exploitation and prostitution have the same rates of PTSD as veterans of military combat. They're coming out of these situations with what's called the hustle, the survival mode, where your executive brain isn't necessarily functioning. It hasn't come back online yet because you are just thinking, how do I get to my next meal? How do I stay alive for the next day? And then we have aggravated pre-existing vulnerabilities. The biggest ones that we see are poverty, housing insecurity, substance use disorder, mental health, systems-involved youth, and an existing criminal record. If these pre-existing vulnerabilities are not addressed when a victim is exiting a situation of exploitation, they have a 95% chance of re-entering exploitation. That's key to understand here, as well as the particular impact on their identity. Almost every single woman I have worked with, and I've worked with hundreds at this point, including myself, has experienced this identity disturbance disorder. This is a common occurrence for people who have been exploited by another individual who's basically turned them into a product instead of a person. It's this persistent and noticeably unstable sense of self where you do not know who you are, you don't know how to make decisions for yourself, you don't know how to engage in the world around you, you don't know how to live with agency because it's been taken away from you. So when law enforcement is working with someone coming out of this situation, you need to understand that you're working with someone who does not know who they are and may have never had the opportunity to figure that out. It takes many years to recover from identity disturbance disorder. So when someone is exiting this situation, if the only thing that they have known since they were 12, 13, 14 years old is exploiting themselves in this way, this has become their identity. They may not necessarily want to leave, even though you know it's best for them, because their chances of dying in the commercial sex trade are far higher than they are if they're out. They may think that this is the best option for them because they have been told this, they've been coerced this is their entire identity. So the survivor mindset in exit is poverty is the problem, money is the answer, so commercial sex is my solution, right? Poverty changes everything for folks. If you can have some sort of a stable income, some sort of a stable environment, some sort of a situation where you actually know where your next meal is coming from, where you're going to be sleeping over the next several months, et cetera, then that creates a situation of stability. But with the survivor mindset, if you don't necessarily know whether or not that stability is going to go away, commercial sex is always going to be there in the back of your mind of this is how I can make money. I know so many women who actually have exited systems but keep regulars on the side just in case their shelter, their safe home, their whoever is supporting them goes away. So what does this mean for law enforcement? First, the chances of someone reappearing in the commercial sex trade is extremely high for victims who go unintroduced to targeted exit services. The best thing that law enforcement can do is figure out what was the pre-existing vulnerability that led someone to be exploited in the first place, find an exit service that targets that. Because when they are leaving, that pre-existing vulnerability is just going to be aggravated. If you do not connect them to targeted exit services, they're going to end up right back where you found them. The second is expect to see the reappearance of victims without a trafficker. So they will reappear in order to make money, keeping those regulars, like they talk about, in early stages of exit. But that leads them to re-victimization. In the same way that you are looking for indicators of profiles online and postings for people who are potentially being trafficked, traffickers are looking for the same exact thing, because they're looking for girls who are operating as what are called rogue agents, people who are operating without a pimp, without a trafficker in the commercial sex trade. They're looking for those girls too. And they're going to go and find them, and they're going to make a deal with them, and they're going to try to recruit them to their stable. So to give you a little bit of sense of what it takes to exit, it takes an average of 9 attempts to exit commercial sexual exploitation. You may be familiar with the domestic violence number of 7. In this work, it's 9. What we see very often for people who make a permanent exit is they hit what we call rock bottom. It's this absolute exhaustion where you just can't take anymore. We see so many people exiting for their children because they don't want this to happen to their kids. But we also see people make a permanent exit successfully when they have criminal record relief or no existing criminal record. If someone has a criminal record, their ability to sustain an economic alternative for survival is practically impossible, particularly in areas like here in Boston, where the cost of living is so incredibly high. So how to help someone exit? First of all, long-term housing. Housing right now is the #1 barrier to leaving the commercial sex trade. If you can connect someone to long-term housing or a program that is going to help them get into long-term housing, they have a far higher chance of actually staying out. Second is mentorship. Getting them connected to someone with lived experience is key. If you're connecting folks to people who don't have lived experience, their trust level is going to be far lower with that agency than it would be with someone who knows what they have been through. So creating relationships with your local service providers who have lived experience, or with local service providers who don't have lived experience, encouraging them to hire people with lived experience is going to make that partnership so much more effective. Third, that economic alternative piece. 87% of people trading sex do so because they lack an economic alternative for survival. Creating pathways for that economic alternative, living wage jobs, connecting folks to those resources, absolutely key. And then finally, sobriety. 90% of the women that we have worked with have faced substance use disorder, of the nearly 500 women that we have worked with over the past decade. The opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. So as law enforcement, you have the opportunity to connect victims to communities when you are helping them to exit. Connecting them to safe community is key to helping them stay sober. As soon as they relapse and they're going back into that addiction, they're going to be looking for a way to pay for it. And the answer is going to be commercial sex. This is the cycle that we see over and over and over again. So I want to do a brief case study with you here of Maya. This is actually a woman that I'm working with right now in our one of our residential programs, to give you an example of this cycle. Her first experience of sexual assault was at age 12. At age 17, it was her first experience of exploitation. She learned how to use the online apps. She got into college, dropped out when she was introduced to sugaring, ended up on sugardaddy.com, and made 2 exit attempts between ages 18 and age 23. At age 23, she was raped at gunpoint, had an AK-47 pointed at her, near-death experience in the commercial sex trade. And at that point, she hit what we saw as her rock bottom. The absolute exhaustion of, I need to get out now. From age 18 to age 23, she was operating as a rogue agent without a trafficker. She was only trafficked for 1 year. But between 18 and 23, that identity disturbance disorder, that poverty, that housing insecurity, that was what led her back into the commercial sex trade. And she stayed there until she was 23 years old. She contacted us. She's now been placed in our program. She's 10 months into her 3rd exit attempt. She's deleted all of her apps except one. She still keeps that open just in case things don't work out. She keeps that profile active. just in case she needs that money. This is an example of the survivor mindset that I'm talking about and the cyclical effect. So this is what you can be seeing when you're looking at profiles online, when you're looking for postings, looking at indicators of people being exploited. They may not necessarily being exploited at the moment, but they could have been in the past and they could be in the future. And that's all that I have for you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now it's time to make this more interactive and then actually ask questions to the speakers. So I'm going to invite all the speakers back to the podium. It's okay for the Q&A session because we're going to take questions from the room and the YouTube for the online audiences. So if it's okay for everyone to come back. So we learned a lot. Most of all, we learned that the state auditor doesn't audit individuals, but government. So that's all. Remember that. But at the end of the presentation, I was really interested that you are going to give some students opportunities to contribute to your agency, like an internship or learning from the agencies. So I want to ask all the panelists, because some of my students are actually interested in helping people. Whenever I ask my students, what do you want to do after graduation, they always say help people, but they don't exactly what, or how and why. So I think your career will be a model career for some of my students as well. So for all the speakers, I want to ask what type of qualities that you look for from your candidates. And then while they're staying in the college, what should they do to build their career towards the career that you currently have? So, you have like microphones.
I mean, I got into this work because I lived it, so I don't recommend doing that as a prerequisite. As far as qualities that we look for in candidates, most of our internship positions are direct care, which I think is a fantastic opportunity for folks who are particularly interested in going the victim advocate route in the criminal justice field or the prosecutor route, because you get to really sit with people who have lived this for a long time and see the impact on them and understand how to build trust. So we look for people who are non-judgmental. We look for people with a lot of patience. And we look for individuals who understand the intersection of substance use and trauma. Understanding how those two factors manifest in a person's life makes you far more equipped for the day-to-day back and forth highs and lows of everything that someone could be experiencing. So that's really what we look for in our interns.
Thank you. I'll just introduce myself. I'm Anne Marie Irwin, and I'm the Assistant Deputy Auditor for Auditor DiZoglio, who had to leave, and I apologize. But ironically, I handle the internship program, so that works. What we look for is a well-rounded person who can think outside the box. When people hear audit, they think finance background, accounting, and in the past we did look for that, but now we're looking for folks who have who can think more globally, because our performance auditing requires us to think about how government works in a different way, not just do the numbers tick and tie. That's not it at all. We're looking at how can we make systems work better? How can we make opportunities for folks who would receive services through programs easier? How can we address issues that might not pop up in someone with a finance background's head? So we're looking for those with similar backgrounds: criminal justice, psychology, sociology, folks who can really think sort of empathetically and analytically.
Now we'll take the questions from the audience or from the online audience. So does anybody have a question? So one of the question is, why is it still difficult to uncover identity behind Bitcoin transactions? If any of the speakers know answers to this.
So I'll attempt a bit of that. Cryptocurrency by its nature is supposed to be secret, and right now it is about stumbling onto wallets and understanding that they contain crypto. But the whole nature of blockchain makes it very difficult to decode what's in the transaction. So who owns what on the blockchain? Very, very difficult when the Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever coin, of which there are tens of thousands at this point, show up in a wallet. Much easier to determine that. So that's where it gets targeted, is the easiest place to hack into. Why more than that? I don't know. You'd need somebody who was more expert in that process.
I have one more question for Mary. So you talked about the exit process, right? And the identity, or the difficulty in changing the identity, or even finding the identity has been the biggest issue, right? And then did you see some success in some of the characteristics of the victims, or what are the predictors of the success in changing or even finding a different identity?
Yeah, so we start with self-esteem. There's actually a book written by a trafficker, published in 2008, the Pimp Handbook. And in there, he actually talks about how to take a girl or a woman, break her down to absolutely nothing by finding some piece of insecurity that she has, and then pressing on that over and over and over again until she has absolutely no self-esteem. And this is the basic psychological coercion tactic of almost every trafficker that I have come across as far as serving people on the other side of things. This is also what happened to me. So when you look at the trafficker's tactic of let's completely break self-esteem until there's nothing so that we can build her up into being what we want her to be, what we do on the other end is the exact opposite. Is we give agency. We start with very, very small things. So going to a grocery store and picking out romaine lettuce versus spinach can actually cause a panic attack in a person with an identity disturbance disorder and high anxiety, because it's a decision. How do I make this decision? If I make the wrong decision, am I going to get a beating when I get home? All of these kinds of things. We start small by creating opportunities for people to employ agency. And then as they employ agency, they start to build what is their like, what is their dislike. I chose this one last time. I want to try this one this time. I like this more. So we start there. Then we start building towards self-esteem of, can I tell you something that I like about you today? And are you ready to hear that? Can you tell yourself something that you like about yourself today? Are you ready to hear that? So we start with really small baby steps, and then we go from there. Building self-esteem is huge in combating identity disturbance disorder, because it's the self-esteem piece of things that allows people to identify in themselves things that they like about who they are, not what they do. And that helps to establish who I am as a human being, not who I was meant to be or what I had to do previously. If you can help someone build that self-esteem, you've got a much better shot at helping them stay out of the commercial sex trade and keeping them from that idea of this is the only thing that I'm good for.
We're going to take questions from the audience in the room. Do we have any questions?
Yes, thank you. This is for the auditor's office. I'm wondering, have you seen a shift in, say, how fraud happens? And the reason I ask is I'm thinking of someone like Bernie Madoff, who was printing papers off and changing some numbers, versus something like cryptocurrency today. Have you kind of seen a shift in what you look for fraud?
I think we have seen a shift, but I think that what we're looking for more is how agencies are doing their job, how they're performing their job. So the fraud that's happening, we see a lot of it obviously in cybersecurity, where we see a lot of it in misappropriation of state funds, things like that. Those tend to be, they haven't changed too much. I haven't seen a real growth in that area, which is a good thing. Our internal controls have remained strong. People are reevaluating. And I think for the most part, we're looking at how we can get their systems and their folks to do what they're required to do. So that's not always a fraud perspective. We're not always looking at it from that perspective, but I haven't seen a great growth. And it is interesting when we see a new fraud idea, but we obviously don't include that in our report. And we also don't, we will take a look at that going forward in other agencies, but we haven't seen a real trend in any one area just yet.
Any other questions from the room? Ooh.
I have a question for Marie. I'm kind of shocked, to hear this kind of thing. I always thought, that has to do with the law enforcement, to take care of, things like that. As a just regular guy living in the society, what is my duty to help out things like that not to happen? I mean, I'm not law enforcement, knocking the door, things like that. But there's got to be something as just a normal person, not only guy, as just community. There's got to be something we can do to do better together.
Yeah, I love that question. Thank you so much. So over the course of a lifetime, 1 in 5 men purchase sex. Over the course of a year, 1 in 14 men purchase sex. Not all men purchase sex, but it is demand that drives the market for online exploitation, commercial sexual exploitation of children and of adults. So particularly for men, be a safe guy. Talk about it in the locker room. Denormalize purchasing sex. Denormalize going to strip clubs. Most people who are working in those legal brothels in Nevada are actually trafficking victims. Most people who are working in the strip clubs, even here in Massachusetts, are either trafficking victims or they're there because they're poor and they have no other opportunities. Be the guy who doesn't exploit another woman's body and who tells other men to not do that as well.
I think the next question from the YouTube is very appropriate for this stream, because what is being done to educate younger people about the risk the panel has highlighted from the both different sides? So is it a challenge as to how early we start to educate children about what the government transparency is, and then preventing and protecting the victims of the sex trafficking?
Sure. So it's never too early to start. There are certain age ranges that we like to see people targeting conversations toward. So Culture Reframed is actually a organization birthed out of the Boston area, run by Dr. Gail Dines. She created an amazing curriculum for adults to talk to the kids in their lives about pornography. The average age that children first see pornography is 11 years old. And pornography is what is used to desensitize children and adults to the commercial sex trade, and then introducing them into actually how to do it themselves. So it's an amazing curriculum. I highly recommend that folks can use with talking to kids starting actually at age 6. A lot of schools are employing that curriculum, as well as working with a local Boston organization called My Life, My Choice, which they can go nationally and train schools on prevention curriculum, how to implement that in the school system. That's really important, and it's something that actually needs to be done at the school level, not just individual classrooms or parents, one PTA kind of one-off thing. Creating those annual education opportunities is key, because most of the recruitment of children into commercial sexual exploitation actually happens by their peers. A trafficker recruits one girl, and then she goes and recruits 3 more when she's at school. So that prevention curriculum, working with the schools, getting that into schools is really fantastic. From a national level, the Homeland Security is operating the Blue campaign, trying to get the word out into communities about the exploitation of children and the exploitation of adults in the commercial sex trade. I definitely think that nationally and locally, we can do a lot more in doing prevention work. And it's all a matter of talking to the right person at your agency, at your school, at your college, to get these programs in place.
Just quickly, so we are really focused on the programs that will help young folks to understand, but Auditor DeZoglio has made it her mission to let everyone know what the auditor's office does. And so today, when she explained to you that she's not here to audit any of you, she has also taken that message to schools and said, this is what we do. We look at government agencies to see how they work and whether they can work better and how they impact you and your family and your day-to-day. And so much of what she's doing now is engaging stakeholders from all ages, from grammar school all the way through. So I think as the auditor gets her feet under her and starts really educating folks, we're going to see that she's able to educate young folks about transparency and what that means with regard to state government. And we get our ideas for auditing from folks from all walks of life. So we'll be hopeful that we'll get some from the kids as well.
Thank you so much. And I believe all the panelists have shared their contact information. So if you have any follow-up questions, you can always contact them. And thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park, Diana, Thomas, and Mary for your presentations. Absolutely amazing to listen to what you folks do, and appreciate everything. As I said before, education is the basis for everything related to reducing rates of victimization. We're all aware of that, and particularly how we interact with technology. So the younger we can get to folks, the better. And it sounds like you're all doing a wonderful job at that. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming and speaking. It's time for another short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll hear our 2 students present their papers. They should be excellent. I've had the opportunity to be a judge in the past and a discussant, and always excellent papers that make it to this stage. So congratulations to all the others that competed. Look forward to hearing these papers, hearing the students, I should say. See everyone back here at 2 p.m. sharp Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back, everybody. And I want to thank everyone again for attending this year's 2023 fourth annual White Hat Conference. You've heard the number bandied around, 71 countries. I believe our attendance is approaching 1,200 or 1,300 people. Just want to take a brief minute here and just congratulate Dr. Choi and everybody else involved, Dr. Lee, et cetera. There's too many to mention. I think back to 4 years ago when this began, and it's just nothing short of spectacular what this conference has become, the quality of people, which have always been good from day one, but it just seems to get better and better every year. And now it's become the conference that you want to be part of if you're in the industry. So congratulations to Dr. Choi again and everyone else. And thank you so much to all the sponsors that have hung in there and the new ones that have come on that are seeing the value. So we're now going to move on to the paper competition section of the conference. First, we'll hear from Mohammed Asfour and Juan Torres, followed by Julia Stavilo. Congratulations for being selected as the 2 top finalists in the student paper competition. Thanks to everyone who submitted papers. Just briefly, I know everybody that's involved in this has written papers and presented them and put them in for marking and degrees, et cetera. We all know how tough it is to get papers done, et cetera. Imagine what it's like to go into a competition like this and then have to get in front of this type of an audience and present your paper. It takes a lot, and it took a lot to get there. And I know the judging is very tough. As I said, I've done it myself before in helping to select. So congratulations, and thanks to the folks who did the judging to get to these 2 final ones. So I want to introduce the moderator and discussant for the session, who will introduce our students, Dr. Thomas Dearden. Dr. Dearden is an assistant professor of sociology at Virginia Tech. He specializes in research on financial cybercrimes. Dr. Dearden currently has 14 peer-reviewed articles in journals such as the American Journal of Criminal Justice, Victims and Offenders, and the Journal of Financial Crime. His current work explores the relationship between cryptocurrency and crime using criminological theory. In addition, he has conducted research and consulted for organizations and law enforcement agencies across the globe. This work has led to 11 professional reports, 1 patent, and more than a dozen presentations to organizational leadership. Dr. Dearden received his PhD and MA from Indiana University, Bloomington, his BA from Brigham Young University, Hawaii. Dr. Dearden, please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is my pleasure to introduce the student panels today that will be presenting their papers. So our first student series is Mohammed Asfour and Juan Carlos Murillo. So Mohammed is currently pursuing his Master's of Engineering in Computer Science at Cornell University. He's a cum laude grad from New York University, Tandon in computer engineering. His experience includes reestablishing the IEEE chapter, serving as a student ambassador, and spearheading several tech initiatives, earning him the NYU First Generation Founders Fellowship. Juan Carlos Murillo is currently studying his MBA in Information Technology at Cornell. He holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and computer engineering, a master's degree in information security, and a graduate diploma in business analytics. He has more than 4 years of experience working as a technology manager and has strong experience working as a software engineer and data analyst. In his last job, he led the digital initiatives for one of the largest manufacturing companies in Mexico. So without further ado, I'm going to let Mohammed and Juan present.
Hi everyone, this is Juan. We're just loading the presentation. Thanks.
So we're working out the technology here, so it'll be just a moment. One, if you could turn your camera on, that will be helpful to be able to present. And while this technology is being worked out, I will say that we will be taking questions at the end of the session. So if you do have a question and you're in the YouTube channel, feel free to put it in the comments, and we will host questions from both the physical room and the YouTube comments. All right, so while we work out some technical issues, we're going to start actually with the second paper. And the second paper will be presented by Julia Stravola. And Julia is a recent graduate student at Boston University, where she earned a master's of science in criminal justice and crime analysis. Her research focus includes cybercrime and cybersecurity, youth violence prevention and intervention, and trauma-informed resilience building in at-risk populations and crime victims. So without further ado, we'll start with Julia. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julia Stavola. Today, I will be presenting my research on the victimization of deepfake in the metaverse and also presenting a practical management framework that I have developed. To begin on introducing these topics, deepfake is an interpersonal cybercrime of digitally altered media that is produced by the deep learning neural networks with the goal to deceive its viewers through face swapping, face manipulation, and audio manipulation. The metaverse is the latest development of the World Wide Web, which is or will be an interactive environment built on blockchain and internet technology. In the metaverse, individuals on the surface web will interact as avatars or metahumans with each other. When you combine these two topics, it's a very dangerous combination. This is because deepfake attacks digital individuals and avatars in the metaverse are digital individuals. With this being said, it's very possible that deepfake can become a rising top crime in the metaverse through cloning avatars as well as other cybersecurity issues as theft, hacking, sexual crime, and denial of services, as well as cyberbullying and cyber harassment. This study was developed through the routine activities theory and the cyber RIT as a guideline. We used our literature review as a support through these theories, first starting off with the motivated offender, which previous literature has supported the relationship through mental illness and cybersecurity offenses through Eisnick's theory of criminality. This suggests that mental illness leads to criminal behavior, and within a cybersecurity perspective in particular, approximately 25% of digital users suffer from mental illness, specifically many from antisocial personality disorder. These individuals who live with this disorder are likely to be offenders of cybercrimes such as cyberbullying, cyber harassment, and cyberstalking due to the characteristics that this illness poses on their character. We also used previous literature to determine what makes a suitable target for a deepfake interpersonal cybercrime. It was determined that an at-risk individual for these crimes include online engagement, social interaction through online sources, and an individual who engages in risky activities with the lack of cybersecurity management. We then provided a framework through the development of previous literature and expert testimony of capable guardianship. Previous literature suggests that capable guardianship of deepfake cybercrime is supported in 4 different ways: policy, legal, awareness, and technological solutions. Previous literature proved through policy conference that the need for future policy procedures in the cyberspace are extremely important, especially in the metaverse. Also, criminal acts are to be held to the same legal standards in the metaverse as they are on the surface web, and deepfake production and distribution should be criminalized and prosecuted in those ways as well. It was also found through the Mindspace framework, through behavioral insights to improve cybersecurity practices through a psychological perspective. Lastly, and what I believe to be the most important capable guardianship, is technological solutions. These include security measures and deepfake detection techniques, such as corneal reflection and other techniques that I will highlight in a minute. Our methodology of this study included a testimony of 10 expert interviews from metaverse experts in South Korea. We asked them a series of questions using our literature review from the routine activities theory and our cyber RAT as a guideline, and therefore analyzed their expert testimony to develop a framework. Our research goals of this study was, again, to provide a framework for mitigating illicit deepfake in the metaverse, but also to provide support mechanisms to victims who are psychologically impacted by these crimes, as it has been proven that they cause serious emotional distress. We used expert interviews from South Korea because the South Korean government serves as an active support on metaverse development. They also position themselves as the global leader in metaverse expertise. Therefore, their expert testimony was extremely reliable and valid, and it was able to be used for our development of our framework. In addition, previous literature has proven that there is limited knowledge on deepfake interpersonal cybercrime in the metaverse in general, but also from a psychological perspective. Therefore, we created a framework with the psychological perspective to mitigate and prevent deepfake crime in the metaverse. To begin, our policy solution suggested 4 different ways. First, to establish criminal laws. Second, to carry out legal procedures, offer legal assistance, counseling, and financial aid to victims and everyone who is involved, as well as implement cybercrime victim assistance and healing programs. This is supported through Expert 1 testimony, who said that there is no in-depth discussion on how to assist cybercrimes victims in the metaverse as of right now. It is therefore important to publicize the issue because in the metaverse, these types of crimes can cause serious emotional distress. This was seen through a previous case of an individual named Nina Patel. She is a doctor from the UK, and her avatar was harassed and sexually harassed in the metaverse. She brought this case to prosecution and claimed that she had experienced emotional distress and that her psychological damage was extreme. We also provided an awareness solution through our framework. This was suggested to implement parental and educational awareness programs in the metaverse. As now we see children on these platforms, it's important to prevent them from becoming suitable targets. It's also suggested to create a monitored safe space for users to socialize and share their experiences in the metaverse to raise awareness to the issues of deepfake-related cybercrime and share experiences for further prevention. This was supported through expert number 7's testimony, who said if we organize training for parents and teachers to learn how to prevent cybercrime and deal with it, it will be effective in avoiding cybercrime and responding to it. And last but not least, our technological solution in our framework suggests to use deepfake detection techniques that have been proved effective on the surface web and try to use them in the metaverse. A few examples of these are general adversarial networks, which is a deepfake detection technique that replicates data sampling using a discriminator and therefore detects fake data. and the ResNet 34 encoder, which is a deepfake detection approach that identifies real data from fake data using a hierarchical approach. In other words, there are 34 different layers of this detection technique, each which detects a different layer of the data, and it identifies the real data from the fake data. This was suggested through expert number 3, who testified that in order to prevent such crimes, it is essential to have technology that can detect manipulated faces. The main conclusions of this study were to provide a suggestion for a developed framework for professional mitigation of deepfake interpersonal crime in the metaverse, and provide support to victims who suffer from psychological damage of this crime. Limitations of this study include the lack of previous literature on the deepfake in the metaverse, as well as lack of knowledge of the metaverse in general, but also from a psychological perspective. With this being said, the strengths of this study are that it fills the gap of the lack of research and uses a psychology perspective, and it's also the very first study to address deepfake-related interpersonal crime in the metaverse. For future work, it would be beneficial to define the best detection technique for the development of deepfake in the metaverse, as well as develop victim services in the metaverse for these specific crimes to support victims. And I look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Julia. We often talk about how cutting edge we are in cybercrime, and certainly the metaverse and deepfakes on the metaverse is quite cutting edge. So for our second student presentation, we have Juan, who's going to present. And so with that, I will turn it over to Juan. And if you could unmute yourself, that would be wonderful.
Hi, yeah, thanks, Doctor. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, I'll share now the slides. Okay, awesome. Thanks. So, hi everyone. Our team is formed by Mohamed Asfor and me, Juan Carlos Murillo. We come from Cornell University New Technology School. And today we are presenting our research study of harnessing large language models to simulate realistic human responses and targets for social engineering attacks. So this is the agenda, introduction, background, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and questions at the end. The introduction. So we know that cyber attacks, in particular social engineering attacks like phishing, have become probably the most common type of cyber attack, and they continue to be on the rise. But we know that also at the core of the social engineering attacks is the human behavior, the human personality, and we are trying to understand the dynamics of human social behavior in cybersecurity by using generative AI technologies. In this case, large language models. I think you know large language models because of ChatGPT, so it's the same technology that we're trying to use. And this will help also in the future to get a deeper, more deep understanding of the human vulnerabilities that we have in organizations and large corporations. We also are expecting to contribute to the research in general in social engineering attacks and to assist organizations in the design of better programs for training and for designing better cybersecurity strategies. The background. So there is a very recent interest in simulating human behavior through generative AI. If you have played somewhat with ChatGPT, you can kind of figure out how ChatGPT can emulate certain personas or certain personalities. And recently, a paper was published by Stanford and Google engineers and researchers. His name was Generative Agents Interactive Simulacra of Human Behavior. In this paper, they developed a very well-done simulation of interactive agents that demonstrate believable human behavior. And everything was done through GPT 3.5, which is the last version before GPT-4 of ChatGPT. The case is very interesting. You can check it. Also added to that, a recent paper this same year was published in which a very, very depth study was made for all the capabilities and the potential that large language model have and its possibilities to develop human behavior. And considering these two well-done papers, we also took as a background the Big Five personality model, which is a very well-studied model, which includes 5 very common type of personalities, each one with different qualities and traits that are very common on people, on persons. And we were using this to try to simulate different personas for the attacks. So the methodology, first, as I was telling before, we design a target persona. In this case, we use the Big Five model or Big Five personality model to generate these different personalities. The different qualities or traits in the Big Five models are called ocean, openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. So using these 5 traits, we designed these different personalities in GPT technology. And in particular, we assigned unique qualities that represented each one of these personalities. Then we simulated the different personas. There were, in this case, 20 different personas. So there was there were 4 qualities tested for each one of the 5 personalities that I just mentioned before of the ocean. So each 4 qualities represent in a very good way the particular trait. Then we examined and cross-checked the responses that we're giving after a phishing attack. In the phishing attack done through GPT, in this case it was ChatGPT-4, was a realistic phishing scenario that was actually taken from a real mail trying to make a fraud of Apple. In this case, it was like iTunes account or iCloud account. So we use that same email. We send it to GPT-4, to the simulated personas to make the simulation, and we analyzed the results. In the end, we obtained very interesting findings that are good insights for large corporations and in general for the social engineering studies that can help to understand which personalities are more susceptible for phishing attacks. So as you can see here in the graph, we have conscientiousness. In this case, 3 of the 4 attacks were performed in a successful way. They were successfully exploited. Agreeableness also, which in this case, 3 also out of 4 were successfully exploited. And neuroticism, in this case, 2 out of the 4 qualities were exploited. Okay, so now just a quick presentation of the different qualities that we use. So as I was saying, there are 5 traits on the Big Five personality trait: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeableness, neuroticism. And each one of the traits, we choose 4 qualities that are very representative of it. So some may be in a very, like in a high factor of extraversion or conscientiousness, in one is more like in a low way. So in this case, for example, curious is a person that is very open to experience, an open-minded person too. Then we have conventional and skeptical, which is someone like is less open to experience. We have also logical, responsible, careless, disorganized for conscientiousness. So in this case, as you can see in the attacks that we performed, there were 3 attacks done for each one of the qualities. There were successful 3 attacks for careless. Then for agreeableness, we can see like a person that is high on agreeableness is usually naive. And this person, for the 3 attacks we made, 3 were successful too. And as we were saying before, in the case for neuroticism, we had like an impulsive person, in this case, was exploited 2 out of 3 times with attacks that we make. In this case, the other different qualities were not exploited. So these results make us understand better which personalities are more susceptible to phishing attacks, and it helps also to validate our findings and to confirm what we have been reading in other papers that we mentioned before, in other papers that are back on the web, that there are some personalities that are more susceptible. In this case, we know that people that are more agreeableness, also people that are low on conscientiousness, and people that have high neuroticism will probably be more susceptible for a phishing attack. The implications for here are that organizations can develop more tailored cyber defense mechanism based on these human traits, and also they can enhance and make more customized training programs for their employees based on their personalities. So finally, in conclusion, we can develop better strategies given this study. We also think that future research on how LLMs can improve cybersecurity defense will continue to evolve. And I think it's important to always develop strategies that are very human-centered, as we can see this, because in the end, as Kevin Mitnick says, social engineering bypasses all technologies, including firewalls. So we need to make out the most of LLM technologies, generative AI, to improve how, or to understand better how humans are exploited through social engineering and manipulation. Thanks, and now we are open to questions.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you, Juan, as well for the presentation. And at this point, we're going to move to questions. And so if you do have questions, feel free to post them in the chat, in the comments box, if you're on YouTube, and if you are in the room, we will have a chance for that as well. I get to start with the first question as the moderator, so I'm excited to ask a question to each of our participants here. And I want to start actually with the paper that was just presented. It's kind of fresh on our minds here. And it was about the use of chatbots. Presumably, this experiment could have been done either using a chatbot or real people. So I wanted to get some insights on what do you feel kind of the advantages and disadvantages of using chatbot over real people is?
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. So one of the biggest advantages with the recent advancements of LLMs, specifically GPT-4, is that it allows for extensive simulation exercises that can be scaled easily, which means we can generate a wide range of personalities and scenarios without significantly increasing costs or time compared to manually performed experiments. And another thing is simplicity. The experimental setup is straightforward. By manipulating the prompts, we can easily configure the simulation to explore various aspects of social engineering attacks. Now, the trade-off to this is that experiment results might not be as accurate. So while current LLMs can generate somewhat highly realistic responses, it might not fully capture the nuances and complexity of human decision-making. Hence, the responses might not always reflect how a real person would react in a similar situation, as it could be biased based on the data it was trained on.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Julia, this is a question for you. And you interviewed experts on the metaverse. And I'm wondering, how does someone become an expert on the metaverse? Like, was there some type of criteria that you said, yes, this is in fact an expert?
That's a great question. So we chose our 10 metaverse experts from South Korea because of their previous research and knowledge in the metaverse. They have contributed to the development of the metaverse, and their government has long-term experience in researching, studying, and also contributing to the metaverse. So they are positioned as a global leader in this field, and they have very valid and reliable testimony to use for our framework.
Wonderful. Thank you. Just a reminder, if you do have questions, feel free to put them in the comment box. Since we don't have any questions in the comment box yet, I get to proceed with my next question. So this is wonderful. And kind of back to Juan and Mohammed, I'm interested about your ideas of kind of policy making here. So if you were asked by a policy maker to suggest a way to provide social controls just kind of the provide kind of a way to address, say, this spamming from what you learned in the chatbot model, kind of what would you provide? What would you suggest this policymaker that your model suggests what?
Well, first, like one thing that could be done, and this is all some things that are made up but could be helpful. One thing is constructing risk profiles based on distinct personality traits, where the profiles could serve as a map highlighting the types of personalities most likely to fall prey to social engineering attacks. With this, prevention measures can now be customized based on the unique vulnerabilities identified. Imagine software guards and policies that take into account these individual vulnerabilities. And one more thing, for the use of technology, if policymakers want to take advantage of using technology, they can create AI-driven systems that can be improved as well. So these systems can be fine-tuned to recognize threats targeted towards certain personality types, providing an additional layer of defense.
Thank you. So we do have a question from the comment section now, so that's going to appear here momentarily. So based on the simulation test results, what recommendations or precautions would you suggest in order to protect against social engineering attacks using large language models?
Would you say?
Now, you want me to?
Yeah. Feel free to.
Yeah. Okay. So, is this like the recommendations for organizations, like to protect their employees, or for a particular person, like to protect itself against social engineering attacks using large language models?
So yeah. So expanding on what Juan said, like we can invest in employee training and using personality-based strategies, like customizing cybersecurity training based on employee personality traits, for example, in a specific company. So our studies showed that certain traits are more susceptible to attacks. So more focused training could be beneficial.
Thank you. So we're going to actually shift over to the room and see if there's any questions in kind of the physical room location. Okay, so there are no questions in the room. So I do have one for Julia as well. So I was thinking about the different ways that there's kind of formal and informal controls. And I'm wondering if you kind of came across what would be better from your research. Would it be formal controls like law or police, or would it be more informal controls like online communities?
I think both are very important. I think that having community guidelines and informal controls are a great start to mitigating illicit social control in the metaverse. However, there is a great chance that individuals do not follow these informal guidelines because there is no punishment, I guess you could say. So having those laws being put in place and prosecuting these types of illicit social controls through deepfake would be very beneficial, but only if the informal social controls serve as that warning and are disobeyed.
Thank you. I always like that. It's both, right? And so that's a great answer. Going back to Juan and Mohammed, I'm wondering, what do you think employers can do to help increase kind of employee preparedness from your study? I often go to different cybersecurity conferences, and IT is often like, we've got this great idea if only people would actually do it. And I'm coming from this right now with a computer that has its password literally taped to the shell right here. So what is your paper suggests employees can do?
Yeah, sure. So based on the paper, we have identified certain traits and qualities from humans that are particularly susceptible to phishing attacks. And thus we believe that organizations should at first perform good psychological tests effective to understand better its employees and to identify the qualities that are more prevalent or dominant in them. And then when they already know which personalities their employee have, and they identify like certain departments in a company that are more probably to have certain personality traits or qualities, they can make a more customized strategy for awareness and for training in a company, and then focus on preparing better and training better those employees that may probably will be susceptible to a phishing attack and will make that click for the phishing email. Like the way we always say, like for logging in a fake account or anything, it may be easy for some people, but for some other people, depending on the personality, it may not be that easy. So that's why we said that the human factor is the most important factor in any cybersecurity attack.
Yes, thank you. And certainly we have a diverse number of personalities in a workplace. So we do have a comment or a question actually from Chris Kaiser here. And he's asking, given the continued increase in kind of social engineering attacks, why do you think users of technology continue to be so resilient to understanding and accepting risks related to social engineering cyber attacks? Surely most people are aware of the potential losses if phished. And actually, this is a question for both of you. And so perhaps if Julie, you could start, and then we could move to either Juan or Mohammed or both.
Yeah, so this is a great question too, because so many people these days are on the internet and are aware of the risks of becoming a suitable target for cybercrime, especially on the metaverse, since there is still so much unknown information on the risks that it presents being a member in this alternate universe. The way I would answer this question is simply that you just never think that it would happen to you. So being online with so many other people that are online, you would think the chances are very slim. And I think that's why most people are very accepting to the risks of becoming a suitable target for cybercrime. But the chances are just as equal for everyone else to become a victim of these crimes. And that's why it's so important to present these issues and create awareness programs for them.
Thank you, Julia. And then same question to Juan and Mohammed.
Yeah, so I think in our case, the study can answer the question in the way that impulsive people, for example, as we show, impulsive people that is a part of neurotic personality tend to like never think on the risk. They just do something without thinking more, without caring about the risk. So in this case, that could be like a possible answer and response, for these kind of situations in which people seem resilient to understand, to really care about phishing attacks. They just are impulsive in the end. So you can invest a lot on training them, on becoming them more aware, and that can help. But in the end, I think the training should be like very intense and very focused against this type of quality or trait of people.
Yeah, and to add to what Juan and Julia has said, there are some social engineering attacks that might come out of control. So but in human nature, we always seek convenience. So one very good example on this is using the same password on different websites and different accounts. And so we always seek convenience, and that's why we do it. And that's a very potential threat for if a social engineering attack happened on one account, it would make all the other accounts susceptible as well. So these things are also hard to cover even with awareness.
Thank you. So we actually have a follow-up question, I think, that kind of got spurred on by both of your comments. And so this is going to go once again to both of you, or all three of you, I should say, both groups. Do you think that many users of technology actually believe they're smarter than the cyber criminals who formulate complex and effective social engineering attacks?
I can take this one first. In my case, with research of deepfake, I believe it's more ignorance than knowledge because the technology is still so new and not many individuals know how to detect these types of media, I guess you could say. So with the lack of knowledge and the lack of detection techniques that are out there at the moment, I think it goes back to how I answered the previous question with it won't happen to me more than knowing how to outsmart the cyber criminal because you can't detect deepfake with a naked eye. So you need the detection technique and the appropriate technology to do that. And that is in the metaverse a more advanced suggestion for future work.
Thank you. And either Juan or Mohammed or both of you?
Thomas, can you repeat the question again? What was it?
Yeah, so the question was, let me make sure I've got the exact wording right here. Do you think that many users of technology, so the users themselves, believe that they're smarter than the cyber criminals, particularly the cyber criminals who are kind of formulating these complex and typically fairly effective social engineering attacks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. So the problem with this is that cyber criminals always come up with new strategies, and while you might you might think yourself as already knowledgeable about or aware of what might come to you, there are always new things, new ways to for them to get what they want, and that's the problem. One of the problems, I would say.
Great, thank you. We do have one more question from the chat as well, and this one is going to Juan and Mohammed, and it's talking about the personality traits that you guys mentioned. So are those personality traits related to the self-control criminology theory?
Yeah, well, very interesting question. Thanks. So, in my case, I don't have like an expertise on criminology theory, but I can think of like self-control definitely being related somehow to neuroticism, which is people generally that cannot control themselves or their feelings easily. And we can see like in this case that being impulsive is one of the exploited qualities. So it's highly related to don't having enough self-control to know when to click, when not to click, which email to answer or which website to open or to put your information, your personal information in. So definitely like it has to do a lot with the self-control of the people. And that's the idea behind pushing organizations, pushing corporations to invest more efforts and money on those employees that don't have self-control or that are very ignorant on technology in general, because those are the ones that are highly probably going to fail or be susceptible to these phishing attacks.
Yeah, and while we're saying that personality traits are very important in determining the consequences, it is also important to note that while personality traits can influence the behavior, they don't determine it. So environmental factors and education and awareness play significant roles too, in addition to the personality trait.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also adding the model that we use, as we said, is the Big Five model of personalities, which is one of the most studied ones. But there are also other ones like the Myers-Briggs 16 personalities, which can also be further studied to see how it relates also to self-control and of the criminality theory.
Great, thank you. So we have time for about one more question, and so I've got one for Julia here, and then we'll wrap up. So Julia, you mentioned that deepfakes are kind of common on, say, something like the clear web or just the normal web, but not necessarily common on the metaverse yet, or even do we have many case studies of. But I think clearly you have an idea that this is coming. So do you think that deepfakes are something that is coming soon to the metaverse?
100%. It's a little bit scary to think about how deepfake can impact the metaverse because deepfake targets a digital face or audio, any digital media, and the metaverse runs on avatars, which are digital individuals. So with the access of appropriate technology, a cyber criminal can clone an avatar or manipulate their avatar in any way that they want to get away with further cyber crimes such as cyberbullying, cyber harassment, identity theft, really anything you could think of. And this is why it's so important to get ahead of this issue, because it can become a rising top crime in the metaverse, and it can pose a serious threat to users that are on this platform.
Thank you. And just as a quick follow-up here, Julia, as well, there is one more question from the comment section that's kind of a great ending here. Is what industries do you think deepfake technology will have the most significant impact on? And what measures can organizations do to prevent this manipulation of their content?
This is a really good question too. While industries are building on the metaverse every day, it can be suggested that individuals are going to start working in the metaverse and essentially living in the metaverse. So I don't know if there's a specific industry that would be targeted in particular, because it all depends on the motivation of the crime. Let's say if an individual is using deepfake to commit a crime for monetary gain, for example, then an individual who is working in the metaverse in a financial industry would be the target. It really depends on the motivation of the cyber criminal behind the deepfake. And I think that measures that organizations can take to prevent deepfake manipulation are become educated and aware of the issue, first off, but also to be taught the detection techniques. And I think everyone should have access to how to use them and detect them, because again, like I said before, you can't detect deepfake with a naked eye. So this is extremely essential for mitigating these crimes and getting ahead of it.
Thank you, Julia. And thank you to all participants. I had the wonderful opportunity to be the moderator of this session. And as such, I got to read the papers. And as I read them, I was extremely grateful that I was not a judge, because they are both excellent papers. So thank you again to the participants. And I'm going to turn it back over to Chris.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Dearden, and to our student presenters. Absolutely fascinating topic. I just want to say a couple of things before we go to break. Social engineering, as many of us know, on this conference can be accredited up to 95% of all cyber attacks that come in. And one thing that I mention to people a lot when they ask about why it is we get socially engineered so much is I remind people that the people constructing these attacks, unlike what we used to think of some young individuals sitting on their bed cross-legged with a laptop tapping away and hacking away like a script kiddie or somebody, as we all are very much aware, the cyber criminals that are putting these attacks together are very, very sophisticated in many ways. One thing I do share with people is, unlike businesses, cyber criminals have no hesitation in sharing their expertise and their successes. The way they look at it, there's over 4 billion targets out there. If you have a successful attack, you can share it. Why not? It's not exactly going to impact your target pool. So the topics that our presenters had are very, very important, and I think should help people understand that my question about why do people remain so susceptible to cyber attacks, we are all being confronted by very, very sophisticated individuals that love to brag and show their badges of honor, et cetera. So thank you so much for that. And I know everybody involved in this conference is aware of the fact that we just have to get better at being more aware. So in particular, thanks very much to our presenters. It was excellent. Enjoyed it very, very much. We'll take a short break and come back at 3 o'clock, and we will have the opportunity to have Madeline Ney moderate our career fair, which obviously for many attendees and others will be a very, very important part of this conference in learning how best to go out and secure a position, be it your first or future position in the area of cybercrime investigation, cybersecurity. So we very much look forward to that. Thanks again for your attention. We'll see you promptly at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard. Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to move on to important areas I mentioned before the break. Sorry, for students and graduates related to obtaining a position in the field of cybersecurity and cyber investigation. Our moderator, Madeline May, and guest speakers, Alla Lipixter, Special Agent FBI, and Megan Martinez, Director of Cyber Range Programs for Cyber Trust Massachusetts, providing valuable information for everyone seeking employment in this fascinating field. Madeline May graduated from Boston University's Metropolitan College in 2018 with a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice, concentration in cybercrime investigation, cybersecurity. Congratulations on that. I did too. She received her undergraduate degree in criminal justice with a concentration in homeland security and counterterrorism from Southern New Hampshire University. She currently works as an intelligence analyst with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Madeline, please go ahead. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that introduction, Chris. We are first going to begin with Special Agent Alla Lipixter from the Boston FBI Field Office, who's going to talk about cyber career opportunities with the FBI. Go ahead, Alla.
Thank you, Madeline. In the next week, a cyber agent will track criminal rings behind cyber attacks at hospitals. A forensic examiner will break through the encryption in a terrorist's phone to find out that he's been grooming a 12-year-old boy towards violence. A computer scientist will play cat and mouse with unknown counterparts from a foreign government. And an undercover agent will take the place of a twin girl being lured by a child predator. This will happen in Boston, in New York, in Seattle, and it will all happen within the FBI. My name is Alla Lipixter. I'm a special agent with the FBI. I've been an agent for about 18 years, starting from working organized crime in Newark to working in DC, including liaisoning between the FBI and Congress there. And I am now back in Boston, which is home for me, and with a mission in cyber and national security. In the next about 15 minutes, we're going to be talking about cyber career paths in the FBI and about what you would need to do in order to get employment with us if that's something you're interested in. So those are the two things you're going to leave here with. You're going to know the different options, and you're going to know some key mile markers on that path, including some inside tracks that I can share. First, you're going to have a presentation shortly about the private sector. So the question is, what are we doing in the FBI? What is unique about the jobs that we do? Well, us in the private sector work in partnerships. We have different missions in the space. So if the mission in the private sector, you're going to hear a lot more detail, is going to be about the needs of a specific company, you're working with. Our mission is about protecting equities of a specific place you're working with. Our equities are going to be catching the bad guy who is doing this, right? So if there is a cyber intrusion, who did it? All right, that is where our mission is going to come in. Our scope is going to be protecting again, not the specific company that hired you, but our scope is protecting the United States, protecting critical infrastructure, protecting vulnerable victims, protecting the Constitution. In terms of the day-to-day, in addition to being, whether you're an agent or an analyst, I have to point out there's collateral things you do. So you might be a cyber agent and your primary mission is you're working your cyber investigations, but you're also a SWAT agent or on the evidence response team, or on the crisis negotiating team. Maybe you're an instructor and you're traveling internationally to teach. So it is the most fun job there is to have. It is awesome, and it's very agile and gives you just really cool opportunities. All right, so let's talk about what are the paths that we have within the Bureau. One path, and as I talk about these, I'm also going to talk about some requirements and some special dates, especially for our students. Please listen up if you're interested in internships, because a lot of the things I'm going to talk about are very timing specific. It's good to know what that timing is. So the paths that we have, I'm going to broadly separate our paths into 3 types of positions. We have the special agent position, and these are law enforcement, right? You carry a gun, you testify in court, you have law enforcement powers, you are an investigator, you lead investigations. If anyone's curious what that means like from day to day, if you're working on a squad, generally you have your cases and your squad mates have their cases. So, and you help each other in them. So if today I need surveillance for my case, right, then I'm in charge of that operation. My squad mates come out and they help me do the surveillance. And tomorrow she has a case and we need to help her do surveillance, or we need to help her go to the grand jury. So we're going to come out and we're going to support her case there. So everybody leads their own investigations while supporting investigations of their squad mates. The special agent position has a very, like all the others, has a very specific application process. And I can go into it if we have time in the end, but I want to point out a few things about that application process. One, it is going to be the only one in the 3 buckets that I'm going to talk about. Actually, let me clarify the 3 buckets. We have got the special agent bucket, the intelligence analyst bucket, and what I'm going to call a technical specialized niche bucket. I semi-invented these buckets. You're not going to see them this bucketed on a website, but they're going to make it a little easier to understand the 3 paths that I'm talking about. So special agent, intelligence analyst, and technical specialized niche. So special agent, it is the only one where we have ongoing applications. So if you want to apply, you go and you start your application process. It's always open. Mind you, and this is going to be true for everything, even in the best case scenario, you've passed everything, you are awesome. This process takes a long time. This is not something you put your life on hold and say, that's it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be a special agent for the FBI and I'm not going to do anything else. All I'm going to do is apply. This process, it takes a long time, even in the best of things. So please continue studying, continue working, continue. This is a long process. All right, so special agent. Really? 5 minutes? Oh my God, I'm going to talk fast. Intelligence analyst. Intelligence analysts are our intelligence counterparts whose job it is to strategically connect the dots. So if I'm working as an agent, I'm working in my investigation, the intelligence analysts, they're saying, hey, your investigation and that investigation and that investigation, this is how they match. They're saying, here is some strategic directive that we may want to take. They're doing domain assessments. Intelligence analyst positions are posted occasionally on FBIjobs.gov. By mean posted occasionally, I mean it opened for 3 days once last year. And then we got so many applications that they closed it. Nor is there a countdown timer that says, guess what? An analyst position is going to be posted in 7, 6, 5, right? So It's what do? You, if that is something you're interested in, you look at fbijobs.gov. Also, you make friends with your local field office because it's possible. We try to keep like a list of people who are interested so that we could, if we get a heads up from headquarters that that's going to be posted, we can try to let you know, or at least you have channels of communication open. So now that's there, I said, okay, and now the third bucket, which I kind of invented, the technical niche bucket. Both special agent and intelligence analyst, you are an agent first, you're an analyst first, and then you're specializing in whatever you're doing, right? I'm an agent, I work organized crime, now my mission is cyber national security. This third bucket, you're applying for a very specific technical position. That's your niche, right? You are a computer scientist, right? You're not applying to be anything else. You're applying to be a computer scientist for a computer scientist position, probably in a specific location, unlike a special agent or an analyst where you can be sent anywhere in the country. You're applying to be one of our electronics technicians, working with the radios and our communication systems and keeping it up. That is what you're applying to be. Forensic examiner. How do you do it? Again, you're going to go on fbijobs.gov, and those positions are going to pop up there as they become open and close. So that is where you monitor them. Last, I'm going to do a shout out before I'm pushed off. Internships, because this is a very timing specific thing. We do have honors internships. The internships are open to students. You need to be coming back for another year of study. So there's basically people going into their junior year, senior year, or people in graduate school and law school. The reason I want to foot stomp that now is they're going to open in August. They're going to go open in August for internships for the next summer, because it takes that long not only to hire you, but then to get you a top secret clearance. And yes, you do need a top secret clearance just to get that internship. It's a paid internship, but you do need a top secret clearance. So you have to be next summer, you still have to have a year of school left to be eligible. fbijobs.gov, but we expect it to open in August, and there will be about 2 weeks, I expect, is how long it's open for. Again, that's none of us in Boston have control over that. If you have questions, we're going to have a question and answer session, or you can find me afterwards if you're live. I'm going to leave some leave behinds, and thank you very much for your time. Over to the private sector.
Thank you very much. I love being able to have kind of the duality of your perspective in the public sector, myself here in the private sector. I will say I did start out in my cybersecurity career. I've been in the cybersecurity industry for about 10 years, and I started out actually in the public sector, working with the Rhode Island State Police Computer Crimes Unit. So you will see here my slides. It's just kind of a guide, but for folks that want to take a picture or connect with me on LinkedIn, feel free to do that. As mentioned, I'm the director of the cyber range programs here with a nonprofit called Cyber Trust Massachusetts. So happy to talk to you more about our organization and kind of our mission, but specifically today, I want to definitely focus on some of the other cases that involve digital assets as well. And then we also had our cybersecurity component. Eventually I kind of switched into the private sector. I've been doing that for about 6-ish years now, and only just recently switched back into, the nonprofit space. So I've had a little bit of everything, which has been kind of fun. And before I was in cybersecurity, I'm a non-traditional student in a lot of ways. I was a mental health emergency responder. So interesting, I throw that out there because people may not think it's relevant. I'm not going to dig super deep into that today, but just gives you an example of there are a lot of skills that you have that you may not think are relevant to cybersecurity or cybercrime careers, but don't rule that out. Don't forget about that. Think about depending on where you're at, it sounds like we've got a mix of folks that are either current students, still have some time left, or recent graduates and trying to figure out what's next. This is a screenshot of the NICE framework work role categories, which is a federal organization through NIST, and provides kind of a common language to think about cybersecurity careers. And so those that have either graduated or are currently in a program, you're kind of right here in this protection and defense area. You don't have to know these intimately, but that's where you are. You're in a great category. You either have or are gaining the skills. But what does that mean when we think about the private sector and kind of the mystery of what that means? As the special agent talked about, the mission on the public sector side is very specific in a lot of ways, I think. The mission on the private sector side, the skills are the same. And here's our, you're at a crossroads. The skills are the same, but the priorities are very different. And so if you have been taught by a lot of law enforcement or are graduating or been a part of a program that's been focused perhaps on cybercrime, and you're interested in expanding that out into cybersecurity and what that means, you just have to think and twist your lens a little bit differently. And one of the skills on top of your technical skills that you'll definitely want to learn and practice is how do you translate your educational experience and the skills you've acquired if you have graduated and have been out working a couple of years. You need to learn how to translate that into a particular corporate speak, because there's this whole jargon around job descriptions and ROIs and budgets and cost centers and these things. And what does that mean for you? If you can start to speak that language, that's going to set you apart from a lot of other people. And so, as mentioned earlier, when we talk about the public sector, there's a bad guy. You want to find the bad guy, whether it be, a criminal organization or just trying to figure out who did the bad thing on your digital device or on the internet. And in the corporate world, where I did digital forensics and incident response, we care very little about who the bad guy is. We don't necessarily care about identifying them. We only really want to know who it is and focus on attribution so we can figure out how to prevent this from happening again. We want to focus on where did they go? What exactly did they do? When did they do it? And what's the course of events? And then how do we prevent it from happening again? And so I think a lot of folks that I've met that have transitioned, maybe they're waiting to get into, one of the 3-letter agencies and they're working in the corporate world, to bide their time. It can be very jarring because they've learned about that mission and fueling that passion. It's just different. And there's different pros and cons, and I kind of skipped over that really quickly, but there's different reasons why one might go into the private sector versus the public sector. None of them are bad. As I mentioned, I've bounced around a little bit. There's pros and cons, and we can talk about that in just a minute. But here are some examples of role types, because this is a huge issue, is that there is no uniform standard for what type of role you're looking for and like marrying those skills or those kind of buckets as we see more in the public sector. I've kind of, based on, for those of you that are students in BU's cybercrime program or other programs, these, when we talk about cybersecurity, and I put that in quotes because there's not a really uniform definition of that either, and we hear that interchange a lot, and we really need to be specific about what that means. But when we talk about cybersecurity, here are some of the types of roles and teams and responsibilities that might be a good fit for you. And so the first bucket is the cybersecurity operations. That's the technical people that we really talk about, that you kind of think about right off the bat. That's digital forensics, threat intelligence, cybersecurity threat intelligence, a SOC analyst, security operations center, triaging all these alerts. Another area that is often very overlooked, but I think is just constantly growing when we talk about the private sector's need to have cybersecurity insurance, is this area called governance, risk, and compliance. And it's not for everybody. It's certainly, most people don't think it's as sexy or exciting as the operations folks. But we need someone to identify, how do we prevent this from happening again? How do we make sure that our preventative controls are in place? And, how do we keep updating this information and making sure that we're being held to all of the various standards that exist when it comes to cybersecurity protection. The third one is a growing field called data loss prevention, typically is what it's called. It can be also known as insider threat, UBA, user behavior analytics, analyst, data loss protection engineer. And that has to do with identifying your assets in a company, which is what you're responsible for protecting. So those are just some examples, but it's not as easy as putting in a job alert for an intelligence analyst like it is on FBIjobs.gov. What you want to look for is basically this combination of different job titles and then different departments and then different roles. So you see, like the first one, you might see job descriptions for DLP analyst, but you could also be a DLP assessor, you could be a DLP engineer. So you want to basically think about what you're interested in, what job roles and functions you are most compatible with, and then play around with those keywords and put in a bunch of different keyword searching combinations. There we go. So going back to this, you starting in protection and defense, but again, depending on where you want to go, you might be in one of these other areas. When we talk about GRC, you might be in oversight and governance. If you're talking about intelligence, you're going to be down a little bit lower. So there's so many different options. And if you don't know what all those options are, Google the NICE framework, work role categories, and you'll see they do provide examples of different job titles within those categories. And so that'll help you understand a little bit better. And so here are just some tips. I think we'll probably talk a little bit about this in the Q&A. So I'm going to go, just kind of hit the highlights of keep yourself flexible. Cybersecurity is always changing. There's no uniformity. So you want to embrace this idea of continuous learning and figure out, what do you like and what do you don't like? Both of those are extremely valuable to help you focus on exactly kind of the opportunities you're looking for. And do your homework. Do your homework when you're looking at a company, when you're looking at a role, see what their history is, and do this both in terms of you seeing yourself at that company and then what their priorities might be if you're interested in company culture, because you have a little bit more flexibility, I think, to impact company culture than you would necessarily working for a federal organization. And I just, as the former mental health person in me, especially for cybercrime folks, but cybersecurity industry as a whole, we are a reactive organization and a reactive industry. And so please, regardless of, what role you're in, you need to pace yourself. You need to focus on your mental health. Most important, pet more dogs or cats. I grew up as a cat person, but these are my two boys. And so definitely keep that in mind, because there is very much a bro culture in cybersecurity still. There's very much a 24/7, we have to stay up to date and we have to, do what we can to minimize these alerts and things like that. And you can very easily go off the rails and just get so into it that you lose parts of yourself and you become then not as good at your job and in service of your organization. So I will stop there and I think invite Special Agent Lips.
No one could
My apologies. Could you correct me, please?
Paula Lipitsker.
Lipitsker, thank you.
Very nice.
rolls off the tongue once, and that might
And
be all you.
So
That was very good.
Thank
I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. Yes. Okay. I never have luck with microphones. So as you guys were speaking, there were a couple of questions that I thought of that I'd like to ask, and I'm sure other people have these same questions. So you already kind of went over these a little bit. What are some entry-level opportunities at the FBI or with the Cyber Trust of Massachusetts? I know you mentioned the honors internship, which gets individuals some basic access and experience with the FBI, but are there other sort of opportunities for individuals who don't have experience in government or public sector work, private sector work?
Okay, I'll start first. Actually, thank you. I was hoping you'd bring up the experience part. Short answer, yes, they're absolutely entry-level jobs, and you can find the entry-level jobs again at fbijobs.gov. What I want to point out is that there is a very common misconception that to be let's say, an FBI agent, you have to have experience in a particular field, that you have to be a criminal justice major, or that you need this specific cyber certification, or that you have to have this specific degree. The reality is that is not correct. Study what you are interested in. You have to have experience. You're going to be asked to speak to that experience. I am an interviewer at one of our interview stations, and we have Navy SEALs who do a great job. We have school teachers who do a great job. So we have everybody in between. So long as you experience is necessary, good experience is necessary, but it doesn't have to be a particular field. So that's a big one. You do have to be a U.S. citizen. That's
fair, I guess. I think so Cyber Trust Massachusetts is a nonprofit. I'm speaking to you today, mostly from my experience and our relationships with the private sector. And so, I think how we talk about experience is very important. And in the private sector, and one of the things Cyber Trust is working on is, what do we mean by experience? Because I think many folks, especially for those that have recently graduated, will find, job descriptions in cybersecurity commonly want, 3, 4, 5 years of experience, or certifications that cost 10 grand a pop, that are completely unaffordable for especially folks that are coming out of school. So, my take is that when you are in school or coming out of school, you are most likely, and something that Cyber Trust is doing is trying to expand the opportunities for experiential learning for students, but you have experience. It's just how you talk about it. And so think about everything that you have done through your educational career, the different CTFs that you've done, the different community organizations or school organizations, extracurriculars, et cetera, and find a way to talk about that, because all of the interviews talk about, well, what's your experience with this? And your resume might not have a lot of experience. You might just have one line or something like that, or Chipotle if you're, just working a job trying to support yourself. But practice ways to talk about what you've done in school and how that applies, and how you would apply that to a real world scenario. If you're learning about the MITRE ATT&CK framework, you might be able to say, and I wouldn't say this piece of like, I don't have experience with that, but what you can say is, I have experience understanding how the MITRE ATT&CK framework applies to this APT actor and how that shows up in their ransomware attacks or something like that. So learning how to talk about your experience and how to tell your story, your brand. The example I use is like Megan Martinez. If you look at her resume, you're going to be like, so you used to work for a social service agency and responded to mental health incidents and things like that. Like, how did you get into cybersecurity? And I would tell this big long story that made sense to me and was this nice narrative, but you have to learn how to brand yourself, talk about yourself in that corporate speak in the 3 minutes you might have with someone, to then get them to ask you more questions, and you have to make those dots together for them.
Yeah, situational interviewing.
Yes.
Absolutely. That's a type of interview answer, situation, action, result.
Yeah.
So that's actually really funny that you mentioned that, because an agent that I work with talks about interviewing for jobs as trying to date. So you've got that first date and you want to leave them wanting just a little bit more. So you want to hook them and get them interested in what you have to say and what you might be able to bring to the table. Another question that I have, and you both have sort of touched on this, but I'd like to drill down and be a little more specific. Are there universal knowledge, skills, abilities that serve well for applicants wanting to work for the FBI or wanting to work for nonprofits or private sector entities such as Cyber Trust Massachusetts?
Want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to figure out the word universal.
You might agree with this, or
Okay, let's see. We're gonna see.
Yeah,
Agree
have a
or
different
not.
translation.
Okay.
So if you ask anyone in the private sector, I would bet a vital organ that they will give you the answer of, we want critical thinking skills, right? But what does that mean? If I had $1 for time everyone said I want critical thinking skills, like, yeah. So you have to think about what that means for cybersecurity and what you have for experience. And so critical thinking to me is, right, in the classroom setting, you know, hopefully you're getting experience with different tools, you're understanding different frameworks and things like that. But then how do you piece all that together? Because you may not have had an opportunity to apply those critical thinking skills in a security operations center or in a job if you're still in school. So what I think about that, again, is I go back to the MITRE framework, because that's such a common one that you're going to hear talk about, that vendors talk about and companies talk about, is so critical thinking would be, I understand the MITRE attack framework. When I am, you know, participating in a CTF and I'm, you know, looking at this, you know, malicious traffic and I see something that's not right, and I'm trying to identify what it is, in seeing these, getting these flags that I'm seeing, I can kind of identify where in the MITRE attack framework I am, which means then I'm thinking about, what is the next phase? What do I need to continue to look at, or different types of artifacts that are going to indicate that the threat attacker has moved into the persistence phase, for example. And then I think about, well, how, if I, maybe while someone's looking at that, here are the different types of controls that I would try to validate that we have that would minimize the effect of this. And so that's one way, again, that you can apply your academic learning into critical thinking skills, is integrating the framework, the methodologies, the tactics, techniques, and procedures, and paint a really great picture. What do you think?
Actually, I really like that, because it goes back to the situationally, how do you explain your life experience towards something that's kind of abstract, like critical thinking. So for the FBI, we actually, for various positions, we will list the specific skills that you need, but they're not going to be skills like, I know arithmetic, or I know algebra, or I have this. They're going to be things like leadership or judgment, and they're going to be very specifically, and they're going to be listed, and it's the skill you need is a very similar one to take your life experiences and your work experiences and to say how that skill you demonstrated it, or what and whether you demonstrated it by leading a group of Marines or a group of 10th graders. No, Marines do what they're told. No, it is not. But it is the skill itself. It's an example to a particular skill. So for us, it really is, we're looking for a very wide variety of backgrounds, but that have real world experience. That's why, even though our minimal age to apply for special agent is 23, a lot of times the more successful applicants are older, just because they have that various experience that they can talk to. It's life experience, be it in school, in job, in personal life. But you have to be able to demonstrate it and talk about it, just like with the private sector.
Yeah, and I just like to, really quickly build on that is, I think a theme that you hear is communication, right? And the most successful people that I have met in the in both sectors, but particularly in the corporate sector, is being able to communicate with multiple different stakeholders. And so I know some wonderfully amazing technical people. They're very good at their job and they want to stay a technical person. But the folks that are going to really stand out, and when you talk about the the private sector, one of the things that people really like about the private sector is a lot of times there is like an annual review and like a bonus structure that you don't necessarily find in the nonprofit or public sector world. So you want to find ways you can stand out. Is how can you convey and talk about the technical information to non-technical audiences, like your corporate law and compliance people, like your C-suite and your leaders, your lawyers to law enforcement. You know, if you end up reporting a crime, the first people you get might not necessarily have a cybersecurity background to begin with. So being able to communicate and translate what the technical implications are, it's one thing to be able to talk about the attack vector. It's another thing to put that into context and then talk about the risk and the implications to the stock market or the brand reputation.
Do you have anything like that will guarantee to not get you employed? Because I've got some of those in mind.
Oh,
like you do this, and you're guaranteed to that you're not eligible.
That was going to be my next question, actually. So you're on it, Ala.
I think that is a wonderful way to present the question, because the way that I think about this challenge or problem is, what are all the barriers that we have, actually kind of systemic barriers to getting into cybersecurity? There's so many institutional barriers, especially when we talk about trying to get more women, non-binary, people of color, that I don't often think about like the really hard no's.
So it might be more flexible on your side. There might be more niches for.
I think so. I mean, I guess maybe the one thing I would say is don't pen test the company without telling them, as like a way to prove your skills. I think that's probably what I would say. What do you have?
So on our end, we have some very bright lines, like in addition to you can't have a foreign citizenship. You can't have a criminal record. You can't be, if you're going for a special agent, you can't be unable to pass the fitness requirement. But the one that I want to point out is our drug use policy, because that is, and there is polygraph is also part of our application process. And so please go, if you're interested, and if you want to go online and check where it is, because it's not you never could have done anything ever, but there is a time requirement. So for example, with marijuana, I believe that there's a year marker. So if you're thinking of an internship or you're thinking of applying, and that is something that you may want to just be careful that you don't get yourself disqualified over, one night, if that is something you're looking to do, or push your schedule behind. I've certainly met people who, because of something they just weren't eligible to apply, and they had to apply 3 years later. So please take a look at that, because we definitely have very bright lines that will just computer generate you out before a human will even talk to you. And if you try to lie about that, you will get caught. And candor is also our big one. So
yeah, that's a good point in terms of kind of that machine assessment, I guess, or screening process that definitely exists. Not for specific things, but it's a rat race.
Now, for us, it's for specifics. For us, It tells you, look, here are the requirements, and then it asks you, are you a U.S. citizen? Right. And if you answer no, you're not going any further. You know what the passable answer is, and there's no wiggle room.
That's
in
the
there.
stop.
That's the stop.
So for, I think the private private sector, excuse
Your
me.
private sector,
Yes, I
public
just
sector.
keep, the P's are hard today. The private sector, it's more about, when you're crafting your resume, we've talked about communication, verbal communication when you get that interview. But there is an art, wouldn't call it science, an art of your resume and how you translate and talk about your experience on paper. And so definitely take a look at the job descriptions. It's a pain. But when you're applying to a job, tailor your resume to whatever those hallmark skills or buzzwords are that are in there, because that's going to help you. There is, kind of talk about the algorithms with a capital A. There's just a lot of conversations about using algorithms in recruiting and hiring. And so that's absolutely, it's a reality, unfortunately, and one that we're talking about in terms of the racism and bias that exists in those systems now. But, my realistic advice would be learn how to play the game right now in terms of that while we work on some of those larger changes.
And we spell out the rules of the game for you.
It's more timely, but a little bit more straightforward. Yes, yes.
So I want to turn it over to the room if there are any questions that you in the room have. Yes.
Hi, I do have a couple questions for Megan, just for the sake that I'm not a United States citizen, so I can't really ask questions about FBI. Well, first question is, you did present a couple potential roles out here, such as the SOC analyst and then governance, compliances, data loss preventions. Do you think there are any range of from least to most that requires any technical knowledge? Because as far as I believe, the information security that you deal a lot with the frameworks does not involve too much of technical stuff, or rather you would involve in like framework and policies. So I just want to hear your opinions about that.
Yeah, I think when we talk about those three buckets, so the security operations kind of DFIR, those I would say are the most technical in terms of, really skill-based. The interesting thing, from a qualitative experience perspective, I think where we typically find the most women and the most folks that do not have a technical or cyber background but have fallen into it is the GRC roles, that governance and compliance, because it's basically more about understanding the control framework, as you point out, itself. And then you work within a company, let's say, you would work with the subject matter experts in those teams to ask them questions. And so a lot of times I had GRC people that would come to me and they're like, what does this control mean to you? And how do you validate to make sure that we've met this? And it's a back and forth and it's a conversation. The other one, the data loss prevention, I think is a mix of the two. And so I think when we talk about data loss prevention, there are some general, you need to understand kind of the general aspects of how to identify and secure information and how the technologies work, where I think it has more possibilities in some ways is that oftentimes those roles are going to be specific to implementing a program in an organization based on the tools that they have chosen to invest in. And so a lot of times you're gonna, I think, find those maybe a little bit veering more towards, even if they don't say engineer in title, it's going to be focused on, this type of technology, this vendor. So if you're interested in those roles, I would say take advantage of as much learning as you can. I think the challenge with security engineering roles in general is that you're not going to oftentimes be able to get into those roles right out of school because typically you have not had experience with those tools because they're so expensive. That's one reason why Cyber Trust has decided to engage with a cyber range that does offer some exposure to industry-related tools, but there's still opportunities. Each big security vendor is going to have a YouTube page and a Twitter where they're going to show you, and walk you through their tools. Splunk, I know for a long time had an intro Splunk fundamentals course that you could take for free. So taking advantage of whatever those types of opportunities, so you can say, I know how this tool works. See what you can find. Companies are not going to advertise what tools that they have, but in the job descriptions, they are going to say, we want someone with experience in, I'm totally blanking on some of the big DLP tools right now, but that's one of the ways that you can kind of get that information is look at job descriptions like that. And then you can really tailor your answers in your conversation based on that. The only other thing I would say to just kind of pick your brain on this topic would be, there are defense contractors. If you are someone that is really mission oriented, I think it's possible there still probably are more restrictions than, your average private sector company, but I think it could be a tier less than and might not have as many requirements as being a federal agent. Would you?
So if you're applying for an agent position, we'll teach you how to be an investigator. We need you to have those work and life skills and those critical thinking skills and judgment skills that you're going to need experience. There's no particular magic exam, certificate, or program that you need to do. So go work over there, get some experience, and then come to me.
Thank you so much.
Make some money over here in the dark side and then go over
Protect
to work for
America
the-
with
yeah,
me,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. That's usually what it comes down to. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I don't think we have any other questions. If we do, we've got just a couple of quick minutes. Yes, we have one question right up front.
In the criminal justice program, it's the packet sniffer software that filters a litigation hole or so. Professor Marshall taught it. Are y'all still using Carnivore?
No, I've only recently heard about that. If you're asking me, I don't know about.
It's a packet sniffer called Carnivore.
I can talk about methods.
Pleading the fifth on that one, huh? But I do think, my thing about tools, I have a love-hate relationship in terms of learning specific tools. One, I think, the challenge that academia faces is that you oftentimes are not going to be able to teach your students on tools that you're going to find in Fortune 100 and 500 companies because you just can't afford them. But by doing what you can with the open source tools that you do have available and making sure that you as the student understand not just what buttons to click to get to the outcome, to get to the report, but understanding what that tool is doing and how it's doing it will, again, help with that critical thinking to say, yes, I've used Carnivore. Maybe I haven't used this other tool that you are using, but I understand the fundamentals of how both tools work. So I think that helps talk about your experience with whatever tools you do have, but make sure you understand the underlying philosophy and process so you can apply that to whatever environment you're in.
Yes, go ahead.
I love your jacket, by the way. I've been admiring it. Yes.
Thank you. Please, I want to know if you have a specific relationship with attorneys or lawyers in general and how that works.
A special relationship. We love attorneys applying for agent positions. We also love cyber, STEM. We love accountants. Frankly, we love teachers. So, but yes, law school is a lot of our agents are attorneys. What is your relationship with lawyers?
Well, I hope Chris Markowski isn't listening right now. But no, we had, especially in my role in the DFIR team, you were going to have a uncomfortably close relationship with your cybersecurity attorney / team. Would definitely recommend it. I think, if one has already gone through their law program, I definitely would recommend, taking some sort of certificate program. It doesn't have to be, a full-blown computer science, but having an understanding of the general framework to help you phrase your questions and make sure that the actions that we're taking and documenting or not doing and still documenting uphold in potential lawsuits and things like that is super important. The only thing I would say is I think it is very hard to be a cybersecurity lawyer because we do not have a national legal cybersecurity framework in this country or in the world.
But if you manage it, then come after you manage it there, come to us and tell us about the great job you did there.
See how I
because
teed that up for
that shows, all of your amazing skills, how
Exactly.
you've managed to survive in that.
Yes.
So you'll do amazing with us.
And what they mean by that is that, our corporate law partner, we would talk and he'd be like, oh man, California just came out with a bunch of new frameworks. So now I'm having to study that. And he would just have to know off the top of his head, all right, if we have an incident involving these clients, they're in 6 different states. Here's what we have to do for this state. Here's what we don't have to do in this state. So God bless the cybersecurity attorneys, I guess.
Yes.
All right. We're just about out of time. So I want to thank Special Agent Ala Lipitsker, and Megan Martinez for coming and talking to us. And if you guys have other questions, you can go to fbijobs.gov, ask for more information. There's tons of information out there. And I'm sure Megan would be happy for you to connect
Just
with her on
find me.
LinkedIn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Use
So-
your OSINT skills and find me online.
Yes. So with that, this is going to conclude our career fair discussion. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in.
Thank you. Pleasure. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madeline, for acting as our moderator discussant for this session, and to Ala and Megan for sharing your insights and experiences pertaining how to best pursue a career in the ever-expanding field of cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. Lots of levity in your presentation. You both look like you were having a great time doing it. So thanks for taking time to come by and sharing that information. All right, so we're going to take our last break of the day. When we return, we will hear from Dr. Kyung-shick, who will moderate the awards segment for our White Hat competition teams and student paper competition for the 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference. I know it's going to be an exciting moment for our contestants. They've worked very hard to find out who takes top spot and first, second, and third in the competition. We will reconvene promptly at 4 o'clock and commence the awards segment. We'll see you then. Well, we're nearing the end of this year's 2023 fourth annual White Hat Conference as we learn who the top spots will go to for our cybercrime investigation competition and our student paper competition. I'd like to thank Dr. Choi again for having me back as this year's MC. It's truly an honor to work with such a talented group of individuals in the field of cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity, both during the White Hat Conference and throughout the year. Before I introduce Dr. Chu, who will moderate the winter segment of the White Hat Conference, I want to remind everyone there'll be a reception from 5:30 to 8 today at the Center for Computing and Data Sciences, 665 Commonwealth Avenue, 17th floor. I've truly enjoyed being your MC for this year's important conference, and I want to now introduce Dr. Kyung-shick Chu. Dr. Chu is Associate Dean of the School of Social Science, Communication and Humanities, and Professor, the Director of Homeland Security Graduate Programs at Endicott College. He's co-leading 2 U.S. Department of Justice grants, Computer Forensics and Digital Evidence Development Program, and the Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC, Training Development Program. In addition, he has more than $12 million in external research grant experience, from which he has directly managed about a $4 million budget, including the current DOJ grants. Before Endicott College, he was a professor of the Criminal Justice Program and director of the Financial Crime Management and Compliance Program at Utica University. Dr. Chu earned his PhD in criminal justice from Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, and his MS in criminal justice at Northeastern University. Dr. Chu, please take the floor to announce our winners for the 2023 fourth annual White Hat Conference.
Thank you, Chris. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Casey. I'm Associate Dean and Program Director of the Homeland Security Program at Endicott College. As a co-PI of the U.S. Department of Justice grant for Student Opportunity Program in Digital Forensics, which sponsors this year's White Hat Conference, I have been privileged to working with Associate Dean Lou Chikushev at Boston University, who is actually the PI of the DOJ grant that I just mentioned, and the professor and director of the Cybercrime Investigation Program at Boston University, Dr. Choi, who is also the co-PI of this grant and organizing the White Hat Conference. For the last 3 years, I have witnessed amazing international and U.S. teams participating in the White Hat Conference and Challenge, especially those international teams who proved not only their technical skill sets to investigate and obtain criminal evidence, but also willing to learn U.S. Penal Code and its effective application to this year's somehow very sophisticated criminal scenarios, then present their findings and legal documentation through a mock trial within 3 very intensive days. I mean, every those teams have shown their technical skill sets, comprehensive understanding of the law, and meticulous exams of evidence they collected in collaboration with the team members, but also legal professionals, which were considered as a prosecutor for the criminal trial. So you all have my respect. Again, such an intensive 3 days. You've shown every aspect of the law enforcement who is investigating online criminal cases within these scenarios. So I am very honored to be here today to announce the winners. Now is the time of the White Hat competition for 2023. The winner of the White Hat Conference in 2023 competition is Hungarian team. So I'd like to ask the winner or the representative of the winner for speech of their the winning of this year's competition.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here again for the third time in a row. It wouldn't be possible without our amazing coaches, Péter Bányász and Katalin Parti, and of course the supporting ex-teammates who've been participating in the previous two competitions, Zoli. And also I would like to thank you all for this amazing competition. Again, it was very challenging. It was very high quality and also addressing very serious problems. And I'm really hoping this competition encourages people to look out more for these kind of problems to join the fight against cyber criminals. Thank you very much. It was an amazing experience and I hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Again, my congratulations, the first winner. But I also like to mention the two more teams. They were the last, competitors of this, this year's challenge. Among many other the teams who participated this year, but especially I'd like to mention the second place and third place. The Korean teams and Brazilian teams, they were so close. For example, the technical aspects of the challenge, this year's challenge, the first team and second team has a perfect scores, both of them. And the documentation, legal documentation, there's a slight difference the way each team presented, but every three teams, all these three teams this year's the finalists were very, very close in terms of all those documentation they collected it and write up. Especially consider all those three teams were international teams, and they have to again translate U.S. Penal Code and write up their legal documentation, but also present it during the trial. So the first and second team also had a very actually tied during the trial, mock trial scores as well. So that shows how close all these three teams. So I also like to congratulate the Korean team, the second winners, this place, and the Brazilian team, the third place of this year's challenge. Now, I like to turn to the second the competition, which is student paper competition, and we have first and second the winners of the student competition in 2023. White had a paper competition. So the first place of 2023 White Hat student paper competition is Julia Stavola. Her paper is the victimization of a deepfake in the metaverse, building a practical management frameworks. I'd like to congratulate again to Julia. Julia, please.
Thank you so much. This is my first time attending this conference, and it has been truly an honor to be given the opportunity to present my research here and share it with other criminal justice professionals and individuals around the world. I would first like to thank not only all of the faculty at Boston University, but specifically Dr. Choi, who has been my mentor through this project, and he is an amazing role model in the field. Even though I led this work, he took many hours out of his busy schedule to mentor me and ensure that I produced a project that lived up to its highest potential. With his help, I've grown so much intellectually and academically, and I'm very grateful for the experience that I've had to work with him. I would also like to thank Dr. Sinchol Back, who was my very first mentor as an undergraduate student at the University of Scranton. I started my cybersecurity research with him and could not be more grateful for the support that he's given me throughout the past few years. Dr. Choi and Dr. Back are both individuals that I look up to greatly, and I'm very thankful to have been mentored by both of them. Thank you all so much again for this amazing achievement. I've worked so hard to get here, and I appreciate your recognition of my work beyond measure.
Again, congratulations, Julia. I know Julia in person because she was a graduate research assistant and helping us for the last 2 years in many different aspects. And her work ethic that I know I really like it because she was really want to get things done and very well organized. And so that I also very happy to see that you entering this year's student competition paper and the winner of this year. So my congratulations, Julia.
Thank you so much.
So now we also like to make announcements. The second winner of 2023, the White Hat Student Paper Competition. The winners are Mohamed Asford and Chuan Torres. Both of them are from Cornell University, and their paper was harnessing large language models to simulate realistic human targets for social engineering attacks, a case study. My congratulations, Juan and Mohamed. Take away.
Thank you.
We appreciate, and we're very grateful with Boston University, with the White Hat Conference, and in particular with Dr. Choi, Dr. Thomas, and Leo for organizing this event. We're very excited, and actually our process of research and developing our study was very enlightening and very enriching for us. We learned a lot through that process, and we feel very honored to receive this award. And also we feel happy, and we hope that we can contribute to social engineering field and cybersecurity fields also. And thanks so much.
We'd also like to thank our mentor from Cornell Tech, Dr. Vitaly Shmetikov. His guidance has been invaluable in our research journey, and we are immensely grateful for his expertise and support. And we are excited about the potential of our research and look forward to what lies ahead. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry that I think I was muted while I was talking. Again, I'd like to congratulate the first and second winners of the 2023 White Hat Student Paper Competitions. We have been growing so fast, and I think that what I like to see in the upcoming years is that as we are growing faster and also inviting more international teams to participate in the challenge, also student papers. I want you to share that your experience of the conference and the challenge itself. And somehow it is interdisciplinary areas again. We studied it in criminal justice areas, but also computer engineering and also legal aspects that has to be combined and collaborate together to address what the issues that we have been faced at. So I like to not only encourage those people who have been participating our conference for the last 3 years, but spread the word so that we can actually reach out more international teams and partners so that we can share how we can address this kind of internet related crimes are worldwide actually challenging many the legal professionals. So I think this is the great example how we can collaborate and expand the partnerships in address these types of the global threats and in terms of internet and cyber crimes. So I'd like it to wrap it up, the award ceremony, and I'd like it to pass the mics to Chris again.
Thank you, Dr. Chu, and thank you to our competitors for this year's White Hat Conference. You should each be very proud of being selected as finalists and winners for this prestigious competitions. We wish you great success in your careers going forward. You'll certainly all be a credit, everybody who participated in this year's conference, whatever organizations you're fortunate to gain employment in. This brings us to our closing remarks from Dr. Lou Chitkashev. Dr. Chitkashev is the Associate Dean, Boston University Metropolitan College, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, and Associate Professor of Computer Sciences, Director of Health Informatics and Health Sciences. Dr. Chitkashev has served on several IEEE conference committees and as an NSF review panelist. He is co-founder and associate director of Boston University Center for Reliable Information Systems and Cybersecurity and played a role in initiatives that led to Boston University's designation as a center of academic excellence in information assurance by the National Security Agency. Dr. Chitkashev teaches data communications, computer networks, advanced internet technologies, medical informatics, and network security. He earned his PhD at Boston University, MS from the Medical College of Virginia, and an MS and BS at the University of Belgrade. We look forward to welcoming you for your closing remarks. And once again, I've enjoyed being MC for this year's White Hat Conference. It's been wonderful. And Dr. Chitkashev, if you would go ahead, please, and present the closing comments for this year's 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And it's a pleasure to be here to close the conference after two very fruitful and excellent days, full with connections, talks, establishing future collaborations, and really exploiting the future of both education, but also industry and government relations in the area of cybersecurity. For me, it was very impressive to see, because this is like third or a conference that I have seen. Each year we are doing better. You are doing better. You know, we already crossed the 1,000 attendees registered sign. 60 or 70 countries that participate. 71. Here is Dr. Choi is correcting me. So last year we had 66 countries. This year we have 71 countries, close to 1,300 attendees, and it was amazing to look at the problems that we discussed this year. And there were not only problems from the let's say criminology and investigation, but also technical problems. As I was listening to the talks, let's say yesterday, when we'll heard about the dark web and how hard it is to find the IP server, IP addresses of the servers. Me as a computer scientist, I was thinking of the protocols that are created basically and the flaws in the protocols that will not transform or transmit the source address. There are many protocols that we use, and that is exactly the problem and how the bad guys, the criminals, use these flaws and I will say the bugs in the system. So we really need to include or to revise the internet architecture and the protocol, which is so hard given the legacy systems and applications. The other thing was software applications that are used by children. I mean, not to have security features and then requiring for children to report and to fill in the forms and to provide their addresses, or it is unthinkable. Obviously, whoever thought of that system didn't think of children, but was thinking of making money or completely other things. So we, as a scientists and responsible people who are or enforcement agents, we really need to look into these issues. First, as I said, protocols and technology that is used, and second, to use applications that is really in the area where the crime is happening. You cannot ask for children to get out of that space of cyberspace to report a crime. It has to be inside. You know, there is a reason why children are using this. So it was. So I'm just saying how educational for me was it, just to see it from different aspects, because usually I'm just focused on technical stuff and don't see the implications, the horrible sometimes implications that a flaw over, let's say, a simple internet protocol will have. But there are many bad guys that will really exploit and look, and that's all they do all day long. They will look for these things. So I'm really impressed by what Whitehead Conference has been doing. And I would like to thank you all. I have no words to thank first the organizer, Dr. Choi, and Dr. Chu, who have done tremendous work. I mean, you can only think of what kind of amount of hours and works and the mental coordination needs to be here. But the result was an outstanding group of people that attended. The result are you and all these representatives that basically came together and at Boston University and give an opportunity for us to work and solve problems that at the beginning they really look unsolvable, because we always think that the bad guys are one step in front of us. But I'm very optimistic at the same time that we can and should continue to work even harder. I'd like to, I'm very impressed first that the conference, it was so successful, 2 days of that were full with events. And I'd like to say that we are going to have a wonderful reception after this, starting at 5 o'clock, I guess. And it's in our new data science building, which was opened 6 months ago at Boston University. And I think it will be an opportunity to really enjoy the success of this conference and to have time also to intermingle, discuss, and look at future collaborations, because I think they're the important things that will keep us until the next year Whitehead Conference. So with that in mind, I would like to thank again all of you, all the people who were helping with the voice and the audio and recording, and all the speakers and all the attendees. And really thank you very much. And the Whitehead Conference, it's not only closed, but it's successfully closed for 2023. See you next year. Thank you.